Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Only Fools and Horses wasn't just a British sitcom. It was Peckham, family, bad luck, broken dreams, and the stubborn belief that next year might finally change everything. Behind the laughter were characters who felt real. Brothers chasing a future, old men carrying memories, friends hiding pain behind jokes, and dreams that never quite died. Time has changed the faces, and some beloved stars are sadly gone. Today, we return to the Trotter flat then and now, and remember the people who made ordinary life unforgettable. Del Boy Trotter gave Only Fools and Horses its beating heart. A dreamer in a sheepskin coat, forever one deal away from changing everything. David Jason, born in 1940, was 41 when the series premiered in 1981, and he turned Del into far more than a fast-talking market trader. Del mattered because his confidence was always covering something fragile. Beneath the fake French, gold chains, dodgy goods, and promises that this time next year they would be millionaires, there was a brother trying to hold a broken little family together. Jason made him funny, foolish, proud, and painfully human. A man whose dreams were ridiculous because life had given him so few honest chances. After Only Fools and Horses, Jason became one of British television's most cherished figures, winning acclaim across comedy, drama, and voice work. He became equally beloved as Detective Jack Frost in A Touch of Frost, and his career became woven into the fabric of British TV history. In 2026, David Jason is 86. Del Boy's legacy endures because Jason made failure feel warm, hope feel stubborn, and foolish ambition feel almost heroic. Trigger gave Only Fools and Horses one of its purest forms of comedy. A man so innocent in his confusion that every mistake felt strangely wise. Roger Lloyd Pack, born in 1944, was 37 when the series premiered in 1981, playing Trigger with a deadpan stillness that made him unforgettable. Trigger mattered because he was never cruel, never cynical, and never trying to be funny. He simply existed in his own logic, calling Rodney Dave, misunderstanding the obvious, and somehow making the room softer every time he appeared. His famous broom story became a perfect symbol of the character. Absurd, circular, and yet oddly philosophical. After the series, Lloyd Pack continued a respected career across television, film, and theater, earning affection from new audiences through The Vicar of Dibley and later appearing in Harry Potter and the Goblet of Fire. He passed away in 2014 at 69. Trigger's legacy endures because Roger Lloyd Pack made simplicity feel gentle, loyalty feel effortless, and stupidity feel almost like a form of grace. Uncle Albert brought a different kind of warmth into the Trotter flat, the wandering old sailor whose stories always seemed to begin during the war. Buster Merrifield, born in 1920, was in his mid-60s when he joined Only Fools and Horses, stepping into the series after Granddad's passing and giving the family a new emotional rhythm. Albert mattered because he was not simply a replacement. He carried memory, loneliness, confusion, and the strange comedy of an old man who had survived too much and still wanted to belong. His endless war stories became a running joke, but beneath them was the ache of a generation trying to make its past useful. Before fame arrived late in life, Merrifield had spent years outside show business, making his success feel unusually touching. He passed away in 1999 at 78. Uncle Albert's legacy endures because Buster Merrifield made old age funny, fragile, and full of stories nobody asked for, but everyone secretly needed. Boise gave Only Fools and Horses one of its most unforgettable laughs, a smug, nasal burst of superiority that made him ridiculous before he even finished a sentence. John Challis, born in 1942, was 39 when the series premiered in 1981, playing the second-hand car dealer who believed he was far above Del Boy and the rest of Peckham. Boise mattered because his arrogance was never as secure as he wanted it to look. Behind the expensive suits, social climbing, and cruel little jokes was a man constantly afraid of being exposed as ordinary. His marriage to Marlene gave the character extra bite, turning him into someone who could mock everyone else and still be completely powerless at home. After Only Fools and Horses, Chalice remained deeply connected to the role, later reprising Boise in The Green Grass and becoming a beloved presence at fan events. He passed away in 2021 at 79. Boise's legacy endures because John Chalice made vanity funny, vulnerable, and impossible not to imitate. Mike Fisher gave Only Fools and Horses its weary Puebland realism, the landlord who saw every scheme coming and still had to pour the next pint. Kenneth MacDonald, born in 1950, was in his early 30s when he became part of the series, bringing a dry, grounded presence to the nag's head. Mike mattered because he helped make Peckham feel lived in beyond the Trotter flat. He was not the loudest man in the room, but he was often the most believable, the one watching unpaid tabs, dodgy deals, romantic disasters, and impossible stories unfold from behind the bar. His quiet reactions made Del's chaos sauce even funnier, because Mike seemed permanently exhausted by nonsense and yet strangely fond of it. MacDonald's career included other British television work, but Mike became the face fans remembered most warmly. He passed away suddenly in 2001 at only 50. Mike Fisher's legacy endures because Kenneth MacDonald made ordinary exasperation feel kind, necessary, and part of Peckham's soul. Grandad gave the early years of Only Fools and Horses their tired, stubborn, deeply rooted family memory. Leonard Pierce, born in 1915, was 66 when the series premiered in 1981, sitting in the Trotter flat like a man who had been there long before television arrived. Grandad mattered because he reminded viewers that Del and Rodney were not just two brothers chasing money. They came from a family marked by loss, poverty, habit, and old disappointments. His confusion, grumbling, and occasional flashes of sharpness gave the sitcom a lived-in emotional history. Pierce brought old-school theatrical craft to the role, making Grandad funny without ever losing his frailty. His death during the show's run changed the series forever, and the way the sitcom acknowledged that loss became one of British comedy's most moving. Transitions. He passed away in 1984 at 69. Grandad's legacy endures because Leonard Pierce made frailty feel funny, stubborn, and inseparable from the Trotter family's heart. Rodney Trotter gave Only Fools and Horses its aching realism, the younger brother who knew the schemes were doomed, but could never quite walk away. Nicholas Lyndhurst, born in 1961, was only 20 when the series premiered in 1981, playing Rodney with frustration, innocence, intelligence, and a kind of lifelong emotional exhaustion. Rodney mattered because he was more than Del's straight man. He was the boy Del helped raise, the dreamer who wanted education and dignity, and the trapped realist who loved his brother even when that love cost him. Lyndhurst made Rodney's sighs, insults, and wounded looks as important as any punchline. After the show, he continued a successful career in British television, including Goodnight Sweetheart, New Tricks, and later work that introduced him to new audiences. His private life also carried deep tragedy after the death of his son Archie in 2020. In 2026, Nicholas Lyndhurst is 65. Rodney's legacy endures because Lyndhurst made frustration feel loyal, funny, and quietly heartbreaking. Mickey Pierce gave Only Fools and Horses one of its sharpest portraits of small-time bravado. Patrick Murray, born in 1956, was in his 20s when he first appeared as Mickey, playing him with swagger, jealousy, and the desperate confidence of a man trying to look more successful than he was. Mickey mattered because he reflected Peckham's hunger for status in miniature. He wanted money, women, respect, and the appearance of having life under control, but his bragging usually revealed the opposite. Around Rodney, he became both rival and mirror, another young man trying too hard to escape being ordinary. After the series, Murray spent long periods away from acting and later spoke publicly about serious health challenges, giving fans a more human understanding of the man behind Mickey's cocky grin. In 2026, Patrick Murray is 70. Mickey Pierce's legacy endures because Murray made false confidence funny, needy, and painfully recognizable to anyone who ever pretended they were winning. Raquel Turner gave Del Boy something his schemes never could, a reason to imagine life beyond the next deal. Tessa Peake Jones, born in 1957, was 31 when she first appeared as Raquel in 1988, playing her with warmth, clarity, and quiet emotional strength. Raquel mattered because she saw Del more honestly than almost anyone else. She understood the performer, the liar, the survivor, and the lonely man beneath the gold chains. And she loved him without pretending he was easy. Her relationship with Del gave the series a richer emotional maturity, especially after the birth of Damien, when Del's dreams became tied not just to money, but to family. After Only Fools and Horses, Peake Jones continued a respected career across British television and theater, including roles in Doctors, Grantchester, and stage work that kept her close to audiences. In 2026, Tessa Peake Jones is 69. Raquel's legacy endures because she made love feel patient, clear-eyed, and strong enough to stand beside a man always promising tomorrow. Denzel Tulser gave Only Fools and Horses the voice of reluctant common sense. The friend who knew Del Boy meant trouble and still somehow got dragged in. Paul Barber, born in 1951, was in his early 30s when he became part of the series, bringing Denzel a grounded humor that felt effortlessly real. Denzel mattered because he represented the ordinary mate trying to survive life, work, marriage, and friendship in Peckham without being swallowed by Del's latest scheme. He was loyal, dry, often exasperated, and always believable. Barber's performance made Denzel feel like someone viewers might genuinely know, the man at the edge of the chaos shaking his head because he had seen this disaster before. Beyond Only Fools and Horses, Barber built a varied career across film, television, and stage, including a memorable role in The Full Monty. In 2026, Paul Barber is 75. Denzel's legacy endures because he made friendship feel funny, reluctant, and loyal even when it came with consequences. Sid gave Only Fools and Horses another piece of everyday Peckham, the cafe owner who looked as though he had heard every excuse and charged for most of them. Roy Heather, born in 1935, was in his late 40s when he first appeared in the series, bringing Sid a gruff familiarity that made the world beyond the Trotter flat feel real. Sid mattered because every great sitcom needs places where life keeps happening, even when the main characters leave the room. His cafe became one of those spaces, ordinary, practical, tired, and always ready to witness another piece of nonsense. Heather's performance was understated, but his presence helped build the neighborhood's texture. Outside the show, he worked across television, stage, and comedy, but Sid became his most cherished role for many fans. He passed away in 2014 at 79. Sid's legacy endures because Roy Heather made ordinary grumpiness feel familiar, affectionate, and quietly essential to Peckham's comic soul. Alan Perry brought middle-class caution into Rodney's chaotic new family life. Dennis Lill, born in 1942, was in his late 40s when he first appeared as Cassandra's father, playing Alan with firm dignity and protective suspicion. Alan mattered because he saw the Trotters through the eyes of a worried parent. To Del, family was loyalty and survival. To Alan, it could look like instability, debt, and danger for his daughter. That clash gave the series another layer. Not just class comedy, but but the fear that love may not be enough if the future is uncertain. Lil made Alan stern without making him heartless, grounding the humor in believable parental concern. Beyond Only Fools and Horses, he enjoyed a long career across British television, theater, and period drama with roles in Survivors, The Royal, and many other productions. In 2026, Dennius Lil is 84. Alan Perry's legacy endures because he made disapproval feel polite, protective, and just uncomfortable enough to be funny. Pamela Perry brought elegance, restraint, and quiet judgment into the Trotter universe. Wanda Ventham, born in 1935, was in her 50s when she appeared as Cassandra's mother, playing Pamela with cool sophistication and the sharp silence of someone trained never to make a scene. Pamela mattered because she helped reveal the class tension inside Rodney and Cassandra's marriage. She was not simply snobbish. She was shaped by standards, appearances, and the belief that her daughter deserved security. Around Del and Rodney, her calm manners could feel more cutting than open insult. Bentham's career stretched across decades of British television, including Doctor Who, UFO, The Lotus Eaters, and many classic screen appearances. She's also known to modern viewers through her connection to another famous acting generation as the mother of Benedict Cumberbatch. In 2026, Wanda Ventham is 91. Pamela Perry's legacy endures because Ventham made refinement feel watchful, controlled, and quietly lethal across a dinner table. Roy Slater brought real danger into Only Fools and Horses wearing the authority of a police badge. Jim Broadbent, born in 1949, was in his 30s when he appeared as Del's corrupt old schoolmate, playing Slater with oily charm and a smile that never felt safe. Slater mattered because he proved that Del was not the only one from Peckham who learned to bend the rules. The difference was that Slater had power, and he knew exactly how to use it. He brought threat into the comedy without breaking the tone, turning old history into blackmail, resentment, and perfectly timed discomfort. After Only Fools and Horses, Broadbent became one of Britain's most acclaimed actors, winning an Academy Award and building a remarkable career across film, television, and theater. His work ranged from Iris and Moulin Rouge to Harry Potter, Paddington, and many prestige dramas. In 2026, Jim Broadbent is 77. Roy Slater's legacy endures because Broadbent made crooked authority feel funny, dangerous, and far too clever to trust. The Aussie Man gave Only Fools and Horses one of those brief but textured encounters that helped Peckham feel crowded with stories beyond the Trotters. Nick Stringer, born in 1948, was in his early 30s when he appeared in the series, bringing the role the lived-in quality of a true British character actor. The Aussie Man mattered not because he changed the entire story, but because small faces like his made the world feel real. In a sitcom built on markets, pubs, flats, deals, and strangers passing through, every supporting character added another thread to the fabric. Stringer spent decades working across television, film, and theater, appearing in many British favorites and giving minor roles personality and weight. He passed away in 2023 at 75. The Aussie Man's legacy endures because Nick Stringer reminded viewers that in Peckham, even a passing stranger could feel like part of the street's living memory. Mr. Collins the Vet brought professional calm into the kind of Trotter chaos no professional could ever fully prepare for. John D. Collins, born in 1942, was around 40 when he appeared in Only Fools and Horses, playing a small but memorable role with composed comic authority. Mr. Collins mattered because characters like him showed how Del Boy's world infected every ordinary service around it. A vet, a cafe owner, a landlord, a policeman, all could become part of the madness once the Trotters entered the room. Collins brought the role a neat, understated timing, letting the humor come from the collision between normal procedure and abnormal family logic. Beyond the series, he became especially familiar to British sitcom fans as Flying Officer Fairfax in Allo Allo, while continuing work across television, film, and theater. In 2026, John D. Collins is 84. Mr. Collins' legacy endures because he made Minor Authority feel calm, precise, and just vulnerable enough to Del Boy's disaster. Lisa gave Only Fools and Horses a gentle glimpse of Del Boy's romantic insecurity. Jerry Cowper, born in 1958, was in her late 20s when she appeared as Lisa, bringing warmth and sincerity to a story built around Del's need to seem more impressive than he felt. Lisa mattered because she showed what happens when Del's performance of confidence meets the possibility of real affection. He could sell goods, invent stories, and talk himself through almost anything. But romance often exposed the gap between his imagined self and the man life had made him. Cowper played Lisa with enough kindness to make the comedy feel human rather than cruel. Beyond Only Fools and Horses, she built a long career across British television and film, with roles in The Wicker Man, EastEnders, and many familiar screen projects. In 2026, Jerry Cowper is 68. Lisa's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that Del Boy's greatest act was not selling, it was trying to look unhurt. June Snell brought old history back into Boise's carefully polished life. Diane Langton, born in 1944, was around 41 when she appeared in Only Fools and Horses, playing June with a lively, no-nonsense spark that made her feel memorable beyond her limited screen time. June mattered because she disturbed Boise's illusion of superiority. He liked to appear controlled, successful, and socially elevated. But figures from the past reminded viewers that nobody in Peckham escaped their history completely. Langton gave June energy, confidence, and the sense of a woman who knew more than Boise wanted remembered. Across her career, Langton worked in television, theater, film, and musical performance, later becoming widely known to another generation through Hollyoaks. She passed away in 2025 at 80. June Snell's legacy endures because Diane Langton made a brief appearance feel bold, funny, and full of stories Boise would rather keep buried. Cassandra Trotter brought adulthood into Rodney's life, and with it came love, fear, disappointment, and the pressure to become more than Del Boy's younger brother. Gwyneth Strong, born in 1959, was around 29 when she first appeared as Cassandra, playing her with calm intelligence and emotional steadiness. Cassandra mattered because she changed the stakes of the series. Through her, Rodney's dreams stopped being just jokes about schemes and status. They became questions about marriage, responsibility, class, and whether love could survive the gap between two very different worlds. Strong gave Cassandra dignity without making her cold, allowing her frustration with Rodney to feel honest rather than cruel. After Only Fools and Horses, Strong continued working across television, theater, and British drama, remaining closely associated with the role while building a wider career on stage and screen. In 2026, Gwyneth Strong is 67. Cassandra's legacy endures because she made the sitcom's laughter grow up and showed that real love can be as frightening as failure. And that is the story of the Only Fools and Horses cast. The dreamers, brothers, old storytellers, pub regulars, rivals, friends, and familiar faces who made Peckham feel like home. Some continued their journeys across British television, film, and theater. Some lived quieter lives away from the spotlight, and some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind laughter that now carries a deeper ache. Time has moved on, but the Trotters' hope still remains. Tell us in the comments, which Only Fools and Horses character will you never forget? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV, Foyle's War wasn't just a detective drama. It was a quiet moral journey through wartime. Britain, where every crime carried the shadow of duty, sacrifice, secrecy, and loss. As the years passed, its cast became part of a deeply respected television legacy, portraying people shaped by war and tested by conscience. Some continued to flourish on stage and screen. Some are sadly no longer with us. Today, we look back at the cast of Foyle's War then and now, and uncover where life took them after the final case was closed. Paul Milner gave Foyle's War one of its quietest forms of courage, the courage to come home wounded and still choose duty. Anthony Howell, born in 1971, was 31 when the series premiered in 2002, playing the former soldier turned detective with restraint, dignity, and a deep sense of moral steadiness. Milner mattered because he carried the war in his body before the audience ever needed to hear him explain it. Having lost a leg in battle, he was not defined by bitterness, but by the difficult work of rebuilding himself. Beside Christopher Foyle, Milner became a partner of loyalty and conscience, a man whose calm observations gave the investigation's emotional weight. After Foyle's War, Howell continued a respected career across television, film, theater, and voice work, building roles that often drew on his composure, intelligence, and understated strength. His work beyond the series showed the range of an actor comfortable in both period drama and modern storytelling. In 2026, Anthony Howell is 55. Paul Milner's legacy endures because Howell made resilience feel quiet, wounded, and deeply honorable. Andrew Foyle gave Foyle's War its most personal connection to the skies, the war, and the private fears every parent tried to hide. Julian Ovenden, born in 1976, was 26 when the series premiered in 2002, playing Christopher Foyle's son with youthful idealism, warmth, and the restless courage of a Royal Air Force pilot. Andrew mattered because he brought the war into Foyle's own heart. Through him, the danger was no longer only in crime scenes or moral dilemmas. It was in every mission, every absence, every conversation between a father who understands duty and a son still discovering its cost. Ovenden gave Andrew charm and vulnerability, making him more than a heroic uniform. After Foyle's War, Ovenden built a varied career across television, stage, concert performance, and music, becoming known for both acting and a powerful singing voice. His work moved through drama, period pieces, musical theater, and international performance, proving his versatility beyond wartime storytelling. In 2026, Julian Ovenden is 50. Andrew Foyle's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that behind every war story is someone waiting at home, trying not to fear the next knock at the door. Adam Wainwright brought Foyle's War a gentler kind of hope. The hope of rebuilding life after war has already taken so much. Daniel Wayman, born in 1977, was 36 when he first appeared in the series in 2013. Playing the warm and principled vicar whose quiet goodness becomes deeply connected to Samantha Stewart's later story. Adam mattered because he represented stability in a world still learning how to breathe after conflict. His faith was not loud or decorative. It showed itself through patience, compassion, and the ability to offer calm when history had left people restless. Through his relationship with Samantha, the series found a softer emotional thread, one about trust, healing, and the possibility of ordinary happiness after extraordinary fear. After Foyle's War, Wayman continued building a respected career across television, theater, and audio performance, known for roles that use his voice, intelligence, and emotional control. His work remained varied, thoughtful, and deeply rooted in craft. In 2026, Daniel Wayman is 49. Adam Wainwright's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that after war, courage can look like choosing tenderness. Christopher Foyle gave Foyle's War its moral center, a detective whose stillness spoke louder than most men's anger. Michael Kitchen, born in 1948, was 54 when the series premiered in 2002, playing Foyle with restraint, intelligence, and an almost surgical sense of justice. Foyle mattered because he was not a detective built from theatrics. He listened, he watched, he allowed silence to expose guilt. In a Britain shaped by war, propaganda, rationing, fear, and private compromise, Foyle became the man who refused to let emergency become an excuse for corruption. Kitchen's performance was extraordinary because he trusted understatement. Every pause felt like thought, every glance like judgment. After Foyle's War, Kitchen remained one of British television's most respected actors, admired for a long career across film, television, and theater. Though he kept a relatively private public life, his work continued to carry the weight of precision and quiet authority. In 2026, Michael Kitchen is 78. Christopher Foyle's legacy endures because Kitchen made integrity feel calm, stubborn, and almost sacred. Arthur Valentine brought Foyle's War into the shadowy moral landscape of post-war intelligence. Tim McMullen, born in 1963, was 50 when he first appeared in 2013, playing the polished government figure whose charm often concealed political danger. Valentine mattered because he reflected a changed Britain, a country moving from open war into secrecy, espionage, Cold War anxiety, and decisions made behind closed doors. Around Foyle, he created tension not through violence but through ambiguity. Was he serving justice, national security, or something more self-protective? That uncertainty made him fascinating. McMullen gave Valentine wit, elegance, and a cool intelligence that made every conversation feel like a chess move. After Foyle's War, he continued a strong career across stage, television, and filmed, especially in roles requiring language, precision, and a quietly commanding presence. In 2026, Tim McMullen is 63. Arthur Valentine's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that after the shooting stops, the battle for truth may only become harder to see. Sir Alec Meyerson gave Foyle's War a face for power, refined, strategic, and often dangerously certain of its own necessity. Rupert Vansittart, born in 1958, was 55 when he first appeared in the series in 2013, playing the senior official whose decisions often tested the boundary between duty and manipulation. Meyerson mattered because he represented the uncomfortable truth that institutions can protect a nation while also hiding what they do in its name. His clashes with Foyle brought out one of the show's richest tensions: justice in public versus security in private. Vansittart brought authority, polish, and a faint chill to the role, making Meyerson believable as a man who could justify almost anything if he believed history required it. After Foyle's War, Vansittart remained a familiar and respected presence in British television and film, especially in period drama and roles shaped by status, wit, and command. In 2026, Rupert Vansittart is 68. Sir Alec Meyerson's legacy endures because he showed that the most dangerous rooms are sometimes the quiet ones where powerful men speak softly. Glenville Harris gave Foyle's War a precise forensic calm in a world full of secrets. Jeremy Swift, born in 1960, was 53 when he first appeared in the series in 2013, playing the pathologist whose work helped turn mystery into evidence. Harris mattered because he represented the discipline beneath justice. While Foyle followed motive and morality, Harris worked with the body, the wound, the detail that could not lie. His presence gave the later investigations a sharper procedural texture, reminding viewers that truth often begins with careful observation. Swift brought subtle humor and restraint to the role, making Harris memorable without ever forcing attention toward himself. After Foyle's War, Swift continued a varied career across British television, film, theater, and comedy. later gaining wider international recognition through roles that showcased warmth, vulnerability, and comic timing. His career proved how supporting actors can quietly shape the emotional rhythm of a story. In 2026, Jeremy Swift is 66. Glenville Harris's legacy endures because he showed that justice is not only found in grand speeches. Sometimes it waits in the smallest detail. Rex Talbot brought charm, ambition, and moral uncertainty into Foyle's War. Mark Umbers, born in 1973, was 30 when he first appeared in 2003, playing a polished figure whose elegance often left viewers wondering what lay beneath the surface. Rex mattered because he belonged to the show's world of shifting loyalties, wartime pressure, and social masks. In Foyle's War, characters are rarely simple, and Rex reflected that perfectly. A man shaped by opportunity, secrecy, and the uneasy compromises of the era. Umbers gave him sophistication without complete reassurance, allowing the audience to sense that charm itself could be a form of concealment. After the series, Umbers continued building a successful career in television, film, and stage work, moving comfortably between period drama, musical theater, and character roles requiring both confidence and emotional shading. In 2026, Mark Umbers is 53. Rex Talbot's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that in wartime Britain, the most dangerous disguise was sometimes good manners. Lawrence Gascoigne brought calculation, pressure, and old-world authority into Foyle's War. Oliver Ford Davies, born in 1939, was 63 when he first appeared in the series in 2002. Playing a figure whose presence carried the weight of class, politics, and difficult wartime choices. Gascoigne mattered because he helped deepen the show's sense that war was not only fought by soldiers, but by civilians, officials, and men navigating power behind respectable doors. His role reflected the moral compromises that could hide beneath duty and position. Davies brought intelligence, restraint, and theatrical command to the part, making even quiet conversations feel loaded with consequence. After Foyle's War, he remained one of Britain's most respected actors, with a distinguished career across stage, television, and film. His work in classical theater and screen drama made him a performer associated with language, authority, and emotional precision. In 2026, Oliver Ford Davies is 87. Lawrence Gascoigne's legacy endures because he showed that wartime power often wore a civilized face. Elizabeth Addis brought strength, intelligence, and emotional complexity into the later world of Foyle's War. Hermione Gulliford, born in 1971, was 44 when she first appeared in the series in 2015, playing a woman shaped by the social and moral pressures of post-war Britain. Elizabeth mattered because she belonged to a world where peace did not automatically heal what war had broken. Her presence helped reveal the duty and investigation, the personal disappointments, loyalties, and choices that remain after the headlines fade. Gulliford brought clarity and controlled emotion to the role, allowing Elizabeth to feel thoughtful rather than merely functional. After Foyle's War, she continued a steady career across television, film, and theater, building work marked by range, discipline, and intelligence. Her performances often carry the strength of an actor trained to listen as carefully as she speaks. In 2026, Hermione Gulliford is 55. Elizabeth Addis's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that history does not end when the war does. It continues inside the people left to live with it. ACC Rose brought bureaucracy, authority, and institutional tension into Foyle's War. Corin Redgrave, born in 1939, was 64 when he first appeared in 2003, playing the senior police officer whose position often placed him between procedure and Foyle's deeper sense of justice. Rose mattered because he represented the pressures surrounding wartime policing. command structures, public order, reputation, and the compromises officials make when fear enters the system. His interactions with Foyle revealed one of the series' strongest conflicts: the difference between obeying rules and serving truth. Redgrave brought gravitas, intelligence, and a lifetime of stagecraft to the role, giving Rose authority even when audiences questioned his judgment. Beyond the series, he belonged to one of Britain's most notable acting families and built a respected career across theater, film, television, and political engagement. He passed away in 2010 at 70. ACC Rose's legacy endures because Redgrave made authority feel human, flawed, pressured, and never as simple as the uniform suggests. Thomas Kramer brought mystery and moral unease into Foyle's War. David Horowitz, born in 1945, was 57 when he first appeared in the series in 2002, playing a character whose presence helped draw the story into darker questions of loyalty, secrecy, and survival. Kramer mattered because war often understood that wartime truth is rarely clean. Men like Kramer existed in the gray spaces, where fear, necessity, and personal history blurred the line between guilt and circumstance. Horowitz brought a controlled intensity to the role, giving Kramer the feeling of a man carrying more than he was willing to reveal. After Foyle's War, Horowitz continued a distinguished career across television, film, theater, and voice performance, known especially for bringing depth and precision to period drama and character roles. His work remained admired for its intelligence and quiet authority. In 2026, David Horowitz is 81. Thomas Kramer's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that every investigation is also a search through the hidden rooms of the past. Hugh Reed brought another strand of wartime pressure into Foyle's War, the pressure placed on ordinary men caught between duty, fear, and survival. Michael Simpkins, born in 1956, was 46 when he first appeared in the series in 2002, playing a character whose presence helped widen the show's portrait of Britain under strain. Hugh mattered because the series was never only about murder. It was about the moral atmosphere around murder, the world that made certain choices possible. Through characters like Hugh, viewers saw how war unsettled class, loyalty, work, and conscience. Simpkins brought intelligence and restraint to the role, making him feel like part of a larger national story rather than a simple case figure. After Foyle's War, Simpkins continued a varied career as an actor and writer, moving through television, film, theater, and publishing with the ease of a performer deeply rooted in British cultural life. In 2026, Michael Simpkins is 70. Hugh Reed's legacy endures because he helped show that in wartime, even small lives carry the weight of history. Adam Wainwright entered Foyle's War as a younger figure of ambition, conscience, and post-war uncertainty. Max Brown, born in 1981, was 29 when he first appeared in the series in 2010, playing Adam with intelligence, openness, and a sense of a man still forming his place in a changed world. Adam mattered because his story reflected the difficult transition from wartime duty into peacetime identity. He represented a younger generation trying to do what was right while navigating institutions, relationships, and moral questions that did not disappear with victory. Brown gave the role sincerity and emotional accessibility, allowing Adam to feel both capable and still learning. After Foyle's War, Brown continued a successful screen career, appearing in period dramas, thrillers, and international television, including roles that showed his range in romance, action, and political intrigue. In 2026, Max Brown is 45. Adam Wainwright's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that after conflict, the next battle is learning what kind of man peace requires you to be. Captain John Kiefer brought American confidence, military authority, and moral complexity into Foyle's War. Jay Benedict, born in 1951, was 55 when he first appeared in the series in 2006, playing the U.S. officer whose presence reflected the changing relationship between Britain and America during the war. Kiefer mattered because he added another layer to the home front story: Allied cooperation mixed with tension, strategy mixed with personal consequence. His character helped show that war was not experienced as one unified purpose, but as a web of different commands, cultures, and decisions. Benedict brought charisma and control to the role, making Kiefer feel both capable and difficult to fully read. After Foyle's War, Benedict continued a long career across television, film, theater, and voice work, remembered also for appearances in major productions beyond British drama. He passed away in 2020 at 68. Captain Kiefer's legacy endures because he showed that even allies can carry secrets, and even authority can be shadowed by doubt. Joe Farnetti brought the American serviceman's perspective into Foyle's War, adding warmth, tension, and cultural contrast to the wartime landscape. Jonah Loftan, born in 1973, was 33 when he first appeared in the series in 2006, playing Joe as a man shaped by duty, loyalty, and the complicated realities of being far from home. Farnetti mattered because he represented the human side of alliance, not governments shaking, hands, but soldiers, civilians, and communities trying to understand one another under pressure. His presence reflected both cooperation and friction between British and American forces, showing how war could unite people while still exposing difference. Loftan brought quiet intensity and emotional steadiness to the role, giving Joe a grounded sincerity. After Foyle's War, Loftan continued working in television and film, often in drama and action roles that made use of his physical presence and controlled screen energy. In 2026, Jonah Loftan is 53. Joe Farnetti's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that wartime friendship is built not in speeches, but in trust earned under pressure. Commander Charles Howard brought naval discipline and strategic authority into Foyle's War. Rupert Fraser, born in 1947, was 57 when he first appeared in the series in 2004, playing the senior officer with professionalism, control, and the weight of command. Howard mattered because he widened the series beyond police stations and crime scenes, placing Foyle's investigations against the larger machinery of wartime Britain. Through military figures like Howard, the show explored how strategy, secrecy, and public duty could collide with private truth. Fraser gave the role a polished seriousness, making Howard feel like a man trained to make difficult decisions without showing the cost. After Foyle's War, Fraser continued a long career across television, film, and theater, known for his versatility and steady presence in British drama. His work across decades reflected the reliability of a performer who could bring texture to authority without overplaying it. In 2026, Rupert Fraser is 79. Commander Howard's legacy endures because he showed that wartime leadership is not only about giving orders, it is about living with what those orders demand. Samantha Stewart gave Foyle's War its warmth, movement, and quietly growing courage. Honeysuckle Weeks, born in 1979, was 23 when the series premiered in 2002, playing Foyle's driver and assistant with bright intelligence, loyalty, and a deeply human spirit. Samantha mattered because she was never just the person behind the wheel. She became the audience's emotional bridge into Foyle's world. Young enough to be hopeful, brave enough to face danger, and perceptive enough to learn from the man beside her. Her relationship with Foyle carried tenderness without sentimentality, built on trust, respect, and the dignity of shared purpose. Across the series, Samantha matured from eager young helper into a woman shaped by war, independence, and moral experience. After Foyle's War, Weeks remained closely associated with the role while continuing work across British television, theater, and public life. In 2026, Honeysuckle Weeks is 47. Samantha Stewart's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that courage can be cheerful, loyal, and quietly transformative. And that is the story of the Foyle's War cast, the detectives, pilots, officers, witnesses, and quiet survivors who helped turn a wartime mystery series into something far deeper than a crime drama. Some continued their journeys across stage, screen, and television. Some remain cherished figures in British acting, and some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind performances shaped by dignity, restraint, and truth. Time has moved on, but the moral weight of Foyle's War still lingers. Tell us in the comments, which character from Foyle's War stayed with you the most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. 2.5 Men wasn't just a sitcom. It was a decade of broken families, wild mistakes, brutal one-liners, and unexpected tenderness inside one Malibu beach house. Behind the laughter, time changed everything. Some stars reinvented themselves, some stepped away from fame, some faced painful public chapters, and some beloved faces are sadly no longer with us. Today, we look back at the cast of 2.5 Men, then and now, and uncover where life took them after the laughter faded. Alan Harper gave 2.5 Men its nervous heartbeat, the man forever collapsing under bills, divorce, humiliation, and the impossible dream of dignity. Jon Cryer, born in 1965, was 38 when the series premiered in 2003, stepping into Alan's world of alimony, awkward romance, and permanent residence in his brother's Malibu beach house. Alan mattered because he was ridiculous, but painfully recognizable. He was needy, cheap, insecure, and often exhausting. Yet beneath the whining was a divorced father trying to stay connected to his son and rebuild a life that kept falling apart. Cryer's timing turned Alan into more than a punchline. He made failure feel strangely resilient. After 2.5 Men, Cryer continued moving through television, comedy, drama, and stage work, carrying the reputation of an actor who survived one of sitcom television's most turbulent productions and still emerged with professional grace. His Emmy-winning work on the show remained central to his legacy, but his later roles proved he was never limited to one unlucky man. In 2026, Jon Cryer is 61. Alan Harper's legacy endures because Cryer made desperation funny, and somehow, beneath all the panic, deeply human. Berta gave 2.5 Men its sharpest tongue and one of its most unexpectedly warm hearts. Conchata Ferrell, born in 1943, was 60 when the series premiered in 2003, walking into Charlie Harper's Malibu beach house as the housekeeper who seemed to fear absolutely no one. Berta mattered because she cut through every lie in the room. Charlie could charm women, Alan could complain, Jake could drift through life half awake, but Berta saw everyone clearly and said what the audience was thinking. Her sarcasm was brutal, but beneath it was a rough loyalty that made her more than a sitcom side character. Ferrell had already built a strong career in film, theater, and television before the show, and 2.5 Men gave her one of her most beloved roles. Her timing, voice, and fearless presence turned Berta into a fan favorite for years. She passed away in 2020 at 77. Berta's legacy endures because Conchata Ferrell made toughness feel funny, necessary, and strangely full of love. Charlie Harper gave 2.5 Men its dangerous charm, the man whose Malibu beach house became a stage for pleasure, irresponsibility, and accidental family. Charlie Sheen, born in 1965, was 38 when the series premiered in 2003, playing the wealthy jingle writer whose life seemed built around women, drinks, music, and avoiding adulthood. Charlie mattered because he was selfish but never empty. Behind the arrogance and jokes were flashes of tenderness, especially in the strange little family formed with Alan and Jake. Sheen's performance carried the show's early identity, blending timing, confidence, and a bad boy persona that felt almost inseparable from the character. After the series, his public departure became one of television's most talked about controversies, and his career entered a far more complicated chapter. Yet his work as Charlie Harper remains central to the show's success and to early 2000s sitcom history. In 2026, Charlie Sheen is 61. Charlie Harper's legacy endures because he represented fantasy, failure, and charisma all at once. The man viewers laughed at, judged, and somehow never stopped watching. Evelyn Harper gave 2.5 Men its elegant cruelty, a mother so polished that every insult sounded like it came wrapped in silk. Holland Taylor, born in 1943, was 60 when the series premiered in 2003, playing the Harper matriarch with precision, sophistication, and a terrifyingly calm smile. Evelyn mattered because she explained so much about Charlie and Alan without ever needing to say it directly. Her emotional distance, obsession with status, and ability to wound her sons with a single sentence helped reveal the family damage beneath the comedy. Yet Taylor never played her as a simple villain. There were glimpses of loneliness, survival, and self-protection inside the glamour. After 2.5 Men, Taylor continued a respected career across television, film, and theater, earning admiration for intelligence, wit, and command in every role she took. Her work remained a model of how to make sharp comedy feel graceful. In 2026, Holland Taylor is 83. Evelyn Harper's legacy endures because Taylor made emotional Frostbite funny and gave the show one of its most beautifully dangerous women. Walden Schmidt entered 2.5 Men as a billionaire with everything except emotional stability. Ashton Kutcher, born in 1978, was 33 when he joined the series in 2011, arriving after Charlie Harper's departure and buying the Malibu beach house that had defined the show. Walden mattered because he changed the rhythm of the series. He was rich, handsome, and successful, but also heartbroken, naive, and strangely vulnerable. Instead of Charlie's cynical confidence, Walden brought boyish confusion and a search for belonging. His friendship with Alan became the new center of the story, built less on blood than on loneliness and convenience. After the show, Kutcher continued balancing acting with business, technology investments, and philanthropic work, becoming a public figure whose identity stretched far beyond sitcom fame. His arrival remains one of the most dramatic cast transitions in modern television. In 2026, Ashton Kutcher is 48. Walden's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that even a billionaire can feel lost inside a house full of laughter. Judith Harper gave 2.5 Men one of its most cutting portraits of post-divorce warfare. Maren Hinkle, born in 1966, was 37 when the series premiered in 2003, playing Alan's ex-wife with icy control, dry timing, and a talent for making every conversation feel like a financial negotiation. Judith mattered because she was more than Alan's tormentor. She represented the messy aftermath of a failed marriage, resentment, exhaustion, co-parenting, and the complicated truth that two people can be terrible together and still bound by a child. Hinkle grounded Judith's sharpness in believable frustration, making her both funny and uncomfortably real. After 2.5 Men, she reached a new wave of acclaim through roles that revealed even more range, especially in prestige television and character-driven comedy. Her work proved that beneath Judith's bitterness was an actress capable of great warmth, intelligence, and emotional detail. In 2026, Maren Hinkle is 60. Judith Harper's legacy endures because she made divorce comedy feel sharp, painful, and painfully familiar. Rose gave 2.5 Men its strangest kind of sweetness, obsession disguised as innocence. Melanie Lynskey, born in 1977, was 26 when the series premiered in 2003, appearing as Charlie's soft-spoken neighbor who somehow kept finding her way into his life, his house, and his worst decisions. Rose mattered because she turned a stalker joke into something more unusual. She was unsettling, funny, clever, and oddly vulnerable, played with a sincerity that made audiences laugh, while never fully knowing what she might do next. Lynskey gave Rose a delicate unpredictability, making her one of the show's most memorable recurring figures. After 2.5 Men, Lynskey built an acclaimed career in independent film and prestige television, earning deep respect for nuanced, emotionally complex performances. Her later work showed the dramatic power that had always been hiding beneath Rose's quiet voice. In 2026, Melanie Lynskey is 49. Rose's legacy endures because Lynskey made obsession feel almost tender, a little frightening, a little funny, and impossible to forget. Lindsay McElroy brought Alan Harper a relationship that felt messy, loud, unstable, and strangely real. Courtney Thorne-Smith, born in 1967, was 43 when she first appeared on 2.5 Men in 2010, playing the single mother who became Alan's most enduring romantic disaster. Lindsay mattered because she reflected Alan's chaos back at him. She saw his freeloading, lies, and weakness clearly, yet kept getting pulled back into his orbit. Their relationship was full of wine, arguments, bad choices, and brief moments of tenderness, making it one of the show's most human late-era dynamics. Thorne-Smith had already been a familiar television presence through Melrose Place, Ally McBeal, and According to Jim, bringing years of sitcom and drama experience to the role. After the series, she remained remembered as one of television's reliable performers, able to make frustration and affection live in the same sentence. In 2026, Courtney Thorne-Smith is 59. Lindsay's legacy endures because she showed that love can be funny, exhausting, and sometimes impossible to quit. Chelsea gave Charlie Harper something he rarely allowed into his life: accountability. Jennifer Taylor, born in 1972, was 31 when she first appeared on 2.5 Men, later becoming one of Charlie's most important romantic partners. Chelsea mattered because she challenged the show's central fantasy. She was not just another date passing through the beach house. She saw Charlie's immaturity and demanded more than charm. Their relationship forced him to imagine commitment, honesty, and the uncomfortable possibility of change. Taylor played Chelsea with warmth and firmness, making her believable as the woman who could almost reach the man beneath Charlie's performance. After the show, Taylor continued working in television and film, building a steady career marked by approachable confidence and grounded screen presence. For many fans, Chelsea remains one of the few characters who made Charlie seem genuinely vulnerable. In 2026, Jennifer Taylor is 54. Chelsea's legacy endures because she was not there to be conquered. She was there to ask whether Charlie Harper could ever become more than his habits. Dr. Herb Melnick brought a strange kind of innocence into the Harper family's emotional wreckage. Ryan Stiles, born in 1959, was 45 when he first appeared on 2.5 Men, playing Judith's cheerful pediatrician husband and Alan's unlikely rival. Herb mattered because he was one of the few people in the show who seemed genuinely decent, even when trapped inside everyone else's dysfunction. He married Judith, befriended Alan, and often wandered through family chaos with the confused smile of a man realizing too late what he had joined. Stiles brought loose, improvisational energy to the role, turning awkward silence into comedy and making Herb feel lovable even at his most clueless. Beyond the series, Stiles was already celebrated for his work on Whose Line Is It Anyway?, where his quick wit and physical comedy made him a comedy favorite. In 2026, Ryan Stiles is 67. Herb's legacy endures because he showed that in a house full of selfishness, even confusion can look like kindness. Jenny Harper arrived as the echo of Charlie Harper in a new generation, reckless, charming, and impossible to control. Amber Tamblyn, born in 1983, was 30 when she joined 2.5 Men in 2013, playing Charlie's long-lost daughter in the later seasons. Jenny mattered because she gave the show a clever reversal, the same appetite for drinking, flirting, and chaos, but carried by a young woman trying to define herself in the shadow of a father she barely knew. Her arrival shifted the Malibu house again, giving Alan and Walden a new force of disorder to survive. Tamblyn had already earned attention for dramatic work before entering the sitcom world, and after the series she continued building a career as an actress, writer, director, and outspoken public voice. Her life after the show reflected creativity far beyond one television role. In 2026, Amber Tamblyn is 43. Jenny's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that family traits do not disappear. Sometimes they return wearing a new face and holding the same dangerous smile. Zoe gave Walden Schmidt one of his first real chances at emotional maturity. Sophie Winkleman, born in 1980, was 31 when she joined 2.5 Men in 2011, playing the sharp British lawyer whose intelligence and composure cut through Walden's billionaire confusion. Zoe mattered because she brought structure into his drifting life. As a single mother, she carried responsibility, boundaries, and a grounded sense of adulthood that challenged Walden to become more than a heartbroken man with money. Their romance gave the later seasons tenderness, conflict, and the possibility of a stable future. Winkleman played Zoe with wit and emotional clarity, making her feel like someone who existed beyond the sitcom chaos. Beyond the show, she continued working across British and American productions while balancing public life, family, and acting with quiet elegance. In 2026, Sophie Winkleman is 46. Zoe's legacy endures because she represented the life Walden wanted to grow into, loving, steady, and just out of reach. Candy brought innocence, beauty, and spectacular confusion into Alan Harper's already unstable life. April Bowlby, born in 1980, was 25 when she first appeared on 2.5 Men, playing the sweet but deeply clueless young woman who became Alan's second wife. Candy mattered because she exposed Alan's insecurity in the funniest possible way. Their sudden marriage gave him the illusion of victory, but it also showed how desperate he was to feel desired, successful, and young again. Bowlby played Candy with a softness that kept her from becoming cruel caricature. She was foolish, but never mean. After the series, Bowlby built a strong career in television, especially in genre and comedy roles, later becoming widely known for Drop Dead Diva and Doom Patrol. Her work proved that the actress behind Candy had far more range than the character's innocence suggested. In 2026, April Bowlby is 46. Candy's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that even the silliest character can reveal someone else's deepest weakness. Eldridge McElroy gave Jake Harper the perfect partner in Teenage Drift. Graham Patrick Martin, born in 1991, was 19 when he first appeared on 2.5 Men, playing Lindsay's son with sleepy charm and a gift for bad decisions. Eldridge mattered because he expanded the show's portrait of adolescence as something lazy, confused, and accidentally hilarious. Together, he and Jake became a pair of modern slackers, more committed to food, games, and avoiding responsibility than to any plan for the future. Martin gave Eldridge an easy naturalness, making him feel like the kind of friend parents quietly fear but teenagers instantly understand. After the series, Martin moved into more serious television work, showing range beyond comedy and earning recognition in crime drama and character-driven roles. His career proved that the actor behind the slacker had discipline his character could only dream of. In 2026, Graham Patrick Martin is 35. Eldridge's legacy endures because he captured that strange teenage season when the future is coming fast and the couch still feels safer. Dr. Linda Freeman gave Two and a Half Men something rare in the Harper universe: brutal honesty delivered with professional calm. Jane Lynch, born in 1960, was 44 when she first appeared on the series, playing the therapist who listened to Charlie Allen and their family chaos with dry patience and surgical comic timing. Dr. Freeman mattered because she saw through them all. She did not rescue them, flatter them, or pretend their excuses were deep. Instead, she turned therapy into a mirror, and every session became a quietly devastating comedy of self-exposure. Lynch's deadpan authority made the role unforgettable even with limited screen time. After Two and a Half Men, she became one of television's most recognizable comedic forces, earning widespread acclaim for Glee while continuing across film, hosting, animation, and theater. Her career became a study in controlled chaos and fearless timing. In 2026, Jane Lynch is 66, Dr. Freeman's legacy endures because she was the one person who could diagnose the madness and make the diagnosis funnier than the disease. Bridget Schmidt gave Walden's story its first heartbreak and its emotional starting point. Judy Greer, born in 1975, was 36 when she joined Two and a Half Men in 2011. Playing the ex-wife whose rejection sends Walden into collapse and eventually into the Harper Beach House. Bridget mattered because she was not simply the woman who left him. She represented everything Walden had failed to understand about adulthood, marriage, and emotional responsibility. Greer gave the role intelligence, bite, and just enough vulnerability to make their history feel real. After the series, Greer continued one of Hollywood's most versatile careers, appearing in comedies, dramas, blockbusters, independent films, animation, and television. Long admired as a scene-stealing supporting actress, she became known for elevating almost every project she entered. In 2026, Judy Greer is 51. Bridget's legacy endures because she broke Walden's heart, but in doing so, opened the door to the strange second life he never expected. Mia gave Charlie Harper a glimpse of discipline, change, and a life beyond indulgence. Emmanuelle Vaugier, born in 1976, was 29 when she first appeared on Two and a Half Men, playing the ballet teacher who demanded more from Charlie than charm and money. Mia mattered because she was one of the few women who made him confront his habits directly. She asked him to drink less, live cleaner, and imagine a future shaped by commitment rather than appetite. Their relationship was funny because Charlie resisted change, but meaningful because, for a moment, he seemed almost willing to try. Vaugier played Mia with firmness, grace, and warmth, making her feel like a genuine turning point rather than just another romance. After the show, she continued working in television and film, especially in dramas, thrillers, and genre projects that made use of her poise and intensity. In 2026, Emmanuelle Vaugier is 50. Mia's legacy endures because she showed that Charlie could imagine becoming better, even if imagination was as far as he could go. Melissa brought sweetness, jealousy, and emotional volatility into Alan Harper's romantic life. Kelly Stables, born in 1978, was 30 when she first appeared on Two and a Half Men, playing the receptionist whose affection for Alan slowly turned into one of the show's most chaotic relationships. Melissa mattered because she began as a bright, supportive presence, then revealed how exhausting Alan's immaturity could be when placed under real pressure. Her small frame and cheerful voice made her explosive anger even funnier, and Stables used that contrast with perfect comic force. The relationship showed Alan at his most needy, dishonest, and desperate, while Melissa became the person no longer willing to smile through it. After the show, Stables continued a steady career in television and voice acting, bringing warmth and energy to sitcoms, animation, and family-friendly projects. In 2026, Kelly Stables is 48. Melissa's legacy endures because she proved that even the sweetest person has a breaking point, especially when Alan Harper is involved. Larry gave Two and a Half Men one of its most painfully awkward late series friendships. D.B. Sweeney, born in 1961, was 52 when he first appeared on the show, playing the easygoing car dealer who dates Lindsay while unknowingly bonding with Alan, the man still tangled in her life. Larry mattered because he made Alan look even worse. He was friendly, decent, and sincere, which turned every deception around him into sharper comedy. Instead of being a simple romantic rival, Larry became oddly sympathetic, a man walking into a joke he did not know was being told. Sweeney brought relaxed charm and emotional ease to the role, qualities he had built across a long career in film and television. Known for sports dramas, character work, and steady screen presence, he gave Larry more humanity than the plot required. In 2026, D.B. Sweeney is 65. Larry's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that sometimes the nicest guy in the room is the last one to realize everyone else is lying. Ms. McMartin entered Two and a Half Men as a social worker, trying to measure the unmeasurable chaos of Alan and Walden's household. Maggie Lawson, born in 1980, was 34 when she joined the series, playing the professional assigned to evaluate their adoption situation. Miss McMartin mattered because she brought real stakes into one of the show's most unusual storylines. At first, she represented rules, responsibility, and the question of whether this strange arrangement could become a family. But as boundaries blurred, she became emotionally entangled with Walden, turning procedure into romance and comedy into confusion. Lawson brought warmth, intelligence, and likability to the role, making her more than a late series device. After Two and a Half Men, she continued a successful television career, especially in comedy and light drama, remaining beloved by audiences for her charm and timing. In 2026, Maggie Lawson is 46. McMartin's legacy endures because she showed that even paperwork can become complicated when the Harper Beach House gets involved. Gordon gave Two and a Half Men one of its strangest recurring pleasures, a pizza delivery guy who somehow became part of the family's orbit. J.D. Walsh, born in 1974, was 30 when he first appeared on the series, bringing a relaxed, slightly bewildered energy to a role that began as a background joke. Gordon mattered because he represented the outside world looking in at the madness. He arrived with pizza and gradually found himself tangled in crushes, schemes, and conversations no delivery worker should have to survive. Walsh played him with low-key charm, making Gordon feel ordinary in the funniest possible way. After the show, Walsh continued working as an actor and also behind the camera, building a career across television, producing, directing, and writing. His presence in the series proved how even small recurring roles can become affectionate fan memories when played with the right rhythm. In 2026, J.D. Walsh is 52. Gordon's legacy endures because he showed that in Malibu, even delivering dinner could become a life choice. Kate gave Walden Schmidt a love story built on honesty, until the truth became the one thing he could not give her. Brooke Dorsey, born in 1982, was 30 when she joined Two and a Half Men, playing the hard-working fashion designer who falls for Walden while believing he is an ordinary man named Sam. Kate mattered because she challenged Walden's relationship with privilege. She was ambitious, grounded, and building her dream piece by piece, unaware that the man beside her was hiding behind a false identity. Their romance had sweetness because it seemed simple, but heartbreak because it was built on a lie. Dorsey played Kate with warmth and independence, making her feel like a woman with a full life beyond the relationship. After the series, she continued a steady career in television, especially in romantic comedies and light dramas, becoming a familiar face for viewers who enjoy comfort, charm, and emotional sincerity. In 2026, Brooke Dorsey is 44. Kate's legacy endures because she forced Walden to ask whether love can survive when the first story was never true. Courtney brought glamour, danger, and one of Charlie Harper's most humiliating lessons in being outplayed. Jenny McCarthy Wahlberg, born in 1972, was 35 when she first appeared on 2.5 Men, playing the seductive woman who seemed to be connected to Evelyn's wealthy world but was actually a skilled con artist. Courtney mattered because she turned Charlie's usual power dynamic upside down. He thought he was the hunter, the charmer, the man in control. But Courtney read him perfectly and used his arrogance against him. Her real identity as Sylvia Fishman made the joke even sharper, exposing how easily desire could become stupidity. After the show, McCarthy Wahlberg continued working across television, hosting, radio, writing, and public life, remaining a recognizable entertainment personality beyond scripted roles. In 2026, Jenny McCarthy Wahlberg is 54. Courtney's legacy endures because she proved that Charlie Harper could fool many people. But every so often, someone walked through the door who was better at the game. Jake Harper gave 2.5 Men its innocence, appetite, and accidental wisdom. Angus T. Jones, born in 1993, was only 10 when the series premiered in 2003, playing the sleepy, food-loving child caught between Alan's anxiety and Charlie's reckless freedom. Jake mattered because he was the half in the title, the kid who wandered through adult chaos without fully understanding how broken the grown-ups around him were. His blank stares, strange questions, and lazy honesty made him one of the show's most reliable comic engines, but they also gave the series a softer center. Viewers watched him grow from a child into a teenager, and that passage of time became part of the show's own history. Away from the camera, Jones eventually stepped back from acting and chose a much quieter life, focusing on faith, education, and privacy after years of childhood fame. His departure gave his story a reflective weight, reminding fans how complicated growing up inside a hit sitcom can be. In 2026, Angus T. Jones is 33. Jake Harper's legacy endures because he was the kid on the couch, watching the madness, surviving the noise, and growing up while millions watched with him. And that is the story of the 2.5 Men cast. The brothers, mothers, housekeepers, lovers, neighbors, and unexpected outsiders who turned one Malibu beach house into a decade of television chaos. Some found new chapters after the series ended. Some stepped away from fame. Some faced difficult public journeys. And some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind laughter that still echoes through every rerun. Time has changed the faces, but the memories remain. Tell us in the comments, which 2.5 Men character still makes you laugh the most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. The Mummy wasn't just an adventure film, it was ancient curses, desert storms, lost cities, forbidden love, and the kind of 1990s movie magic that made audiences believe the dead could rise again. But behind the treasure, romance, and supernatural danger were real stories just as powerful. Careers that soared, quiet reinventions, painful losses, and comebacks no one saw coming. Today, we return to the Mummy cast then and now, and uncover what happened after the tomb was opened. Aung San Suu Kyi gave the Mummy its first taste of forbidden love, betrayal, and ancient tragedy. Patricia Velasquez, born in 1971, was 28 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the pharaoh's mistress, whose doomed affair with Imhotep unleashes the curse at the heart of the story. Ankh-Sunamun mattered because she was more than a beautiful image from the past. She represented desire turned dangerous, loyalty twisted into obsession, and a love so reckless it helped awaken death itself. Her presence gave the film's mythology a darker, more sensual edge, making the ancient world feel both glamorous and doomed. After The Mummy, Velasquez continued acting while also becoming an important advocate and humanitarian. She worked in film and television, wrote about her personal journey, and founded the Taya Foundation to support indigenous communities in Latin America. Her life after Hollywood action fame became defined not only by performance, but by identity, activism, and service. In 2026, Patricia Velasquez is 55. Ankh-Sunamun's legacy endures because she showed that in this story, the oldest curse began not with monsters, but with love that refused to die. Pharaoh Seti I gave the mummy its ancient wound, the betrayal that awakened everything buried beneath the sand. Aharon Ipole, born in 1941, was 58 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the powerful ruler whose murder by Ankh-Sunamun and Imhotep sets the curse in motion. Seti mattered because his brief presence gave the story a royal weight, turning the opening into something larger than romance or horror. His death was the first broken law, the moment passion became treason and history became punishment. After The Mummy, Ipole continued working across American and international productions, building a career shaped by distinctive presence, elegance, and authority. He appeared in film and television over several decades, often bringing gravitas to roles connected to history, power, or mystery. He passed away in 2016 at 74. Seti's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that every curse begins with a human betrayal, and some wounds are powerful enough to survive thousands of years. Imhotep gave the mummy its terror, tragedy, and unforgettable supernatural force. Arnold Vosloo, born in 1962, was 36 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the cursed high priest whose forbidden love turns him into something monstrous. Imhotep mattered because he was not simply a creature rising from the dead. He was grief, obsession, and vengeance wrapped in ancient power. His love for Ankh-Sunamun made him tragic, but his willingness to destroy everything in his path made him terrifying. Vosloo gave the role silence, intensity, and physical command, making Imhotep both seductive and horrifying. After The Mummy, Vosloo returned for The Mummy Returns and continued working steadily in film and television, often playing villains, soldiers, and complex men with dangerous authority. His career moved across international productions, action dramas, and genre projects that used his commanding screen presence. In 2026, Arnold Vosloo is 64. Imhotep's legacy endures because Vosloo made him more than a monster. He made him a man whose love had rotted into a curse. Dr. Alan Chamberlain brought scholarly arrogance and fatal curiosity into The Mummy. Jonathan Hyde, born in 1948, was 51 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the Egyptologist whose knowledge cannot save him from the forces he helps uncover. Chamberlain mattered because he represented the academic side of the expedition, intelligent, cautious, and still vulnerable to the ancient danger hidden beneath Hamunaptra. His presence gave the adventure a more serious tone, reminding viewers that history in this world was not dead, it was waiting. After The Mummy, Hyde continued a distinguished career across theater, film, and television. Already known for roles in Titanic, Jumanji, and Richie Rich, he remained active in stage work and screen performances that drew on his refined voice, elegance, and authority. His ability to move between fantasy, drama, and period roles made him a familiar and respected performer. In 2026, Jonathan Hyde is 78. Chamberlain's legacy endures because he showed that knowledge can open the tomb. but wisdom is knowing when to leave it closed. Jonathan Carnan gave The Mummy its mischief, cowardice, charm, and unexpected loyalty. John Hannah, born in 1962, was 37 when the film premiered in 1999, playing Evelyn's brother as a treasure-hunting opportunist with perfect comic timing. Jonathan mattered because he made the adventure feel lighter without making it smaller. He chased gold, panicked at danger, and stumbled into heroism almost by accident. But beneath the jokes was real love for his sister and a surprising ability to survive. After The Mummy, Hannah continued a varied international career across film, television, and theater. He remained beloved for earlier work in Four Weddings and a Funeral, later appeared in dramas, crime series, fantasy projects, and franchise television, and kept building roles that balanced humor with emotional intelligence. In 2026, John Hannah is 64. Jonathan's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that not every hero looks brave at first. Sometimes the comic relief is the one who stays when running would be easier. Benny Gabor brought treachery, panic, and dark comedy into The Mummy. Kevin J. O'Connor, born in 1963, was 36 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the cowardly opportunist who survives by switching sides whenever fear demands it. Benny mattered because he was the opposite of Rick O'Connell. Where Rick found courage under pressure, Benny found excuses, betrayals, and desperate little deals with evil. Yet O'Connor made him strangely entertaining, turning cowardice into a performance full of nervous energy and grim humor. After The Mummy, O'Connor continued a distinctive career as a character actor, often appearing in roles that used his unusual intensity, wit, and offbeat presence. He worked with major filmmakers, including Stephen Sommers and Paul Thomas Anderson, and built a reputation for making eccentric supporting characters unforgettable. In 2026, Kevin J. O'Connor is 63. Benny's legacy endures because he proved that greed can be funny for a while, until the darkness finally asks for payment. Ardeth Bay gave The Mummy its mystery, honor, and quiet warrior soul. Oded Fehr, born in 1970, was 28 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the Medjay protector sworn to keep Imhotep's evil from returning. Ardeth mattered because he brought gravity to the adventure. He was not chasing treasure or fame. He was carrying an ancient duty, one passed down through generations of sacrifice. Fehr's calm intensity, commanding presence, and sense of restraint made Ardeth one of the film's most memorable figures, even when he stood in the background. After The Mummy, Fehr continued working across film, television, animation, and video games, becoming especially known to genre fans through Resident Evil, Charmed, Sleeper Cell, Star Trek, Discovery, and voice roles. His career remained strongly connected to action, fantasy, and science fiction. In 2026, Oded Fehr is 56. Ardeth's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that some heroes do not seek adventure, they guard the world so others can survive it. Henderson brought swagger, danger, and doomed adventure into The Mummy's American expedition. Stephen Dunham, born in 1964, was 35 when the film premiered in 1999, playing one of the treasure hunters drawn to Hamunaptra's promise of riches. Henderson mattered because he helped make the expedition feel reckless and alive. A group of men chasing discovery without fully understanding what they had awakened. His confidence added humor and energy, but his fate reminded viewers that ancient curses do not care about bravado. After The Mummy, Dunham continued acting in television and film, appearing in comedies, dramas, and guest roles that showed an easy screen presence. His career was still active when his life ended suddenly and tragically. He passed away in 2012, at 48, on his birthday. Henderson's legacy endures because he represents one of the film's sharpest truths. Adventure can feel thrilling right up until the moment it becomes a death sentence. Dr. Terence Bay gave The Mummy a hidden layer of wisdom and sacrifice. Eric Avari, born in 1952, was 47 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the Cairo Museum curator, who is later revealed to be part of the ancient Medjay order. Bay mattered because he looked at first like a scholar, but beneath the calm exterior was a guardian carrying a secret responsibility. His knowledge of Imhotep's threat gave the story moral weight, and his sacrifice showed that protecting the world sometimes happens far from glory. After The Mummy, Avari continued a long and respected career across film and television, with memorable roles in Stargate, Independence Day, Planet of the Apes, and many genre and dramatic projects. His work brought intelligence, warmth, and authority to a wide range of characters. In 2026, Eric Avari is 74. Dr. Bay's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that the quietest man in the room may be the one carrying the oldest duty. Daniels helped give The Mummy its restless expedition energy, the sense that treasure hunters were walking straight into something they could never control. Corey Johnson, born in 1961, was 37 when the film premiered in 1999, playing one of the Americans pulled into Hamunaptra's deadly curse. Daniels mattered because he was part of the group that made the adventure feel crowded, competitive, and dangerous. His presence added to the tension between curiosity and greed, between discovery and survival. After The Mummy, Johnson continued building a strong career as a character actor across film, television, and theater, often playing military men, officials, professionals, and Americans in international productions. He appeared in major projects including Captain Phillips, The Bourne Ultimatum, Doctor Who, and many more, becoming a familiar face in British and global screen work. In 2026, Corey Johnson is 65. Daniels' legacy endures because he helped make Hamunaptra feel like a place where every outsider came looking for treasure, and few understood the price. The Warden brought danger, greed, and comic desperation into The Mummy's early chaos. Omid Jalili, born in 1965, was 34 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the prison official whose self-interest makes him both threatening and ridiculous. The Warden mattered because he helped establish the film's tone, peril mixed with humor, cruelty interrupted by absurdity. He belonged to a world where survival often depended on bargaining, bluffing, and knowing when to run. After The Mummy, Jalili continued building a highly varied career as a comedian, actor, writer, and stage performer. He became known internationally for stand-up, film roles, television appearances, and performances that blended sharp humor with cultural insight. His career moved between comedy and drama, often using his presence to bring energy and unpredictability to supporting roles. In 2026, Omid Jalili is 61. The Warden's legacy endures because he helped give the film one of its finest flavors: danger served with a crooked smile. Burns was one of the unlucky men who learned that Hamunaptra's treasure came with a terrible price. Tuck Watkins, born in 1966, was 33 when The Mummy premiered in 1999, playing one of the American adventurers caught in Imhotep's curse. Burns mattered because his fate gave the horror side of the film real weight. The adventure might be witty and romantic, but when the curse began to take hold, characters like Burns showed that the danger was physical, grotesque, and inescapable. After The Mummy, Watkins built a steady and recognizable career across television, film, and theater. He became especially known for One Life to Live, Desperate Housewives, The Boys in the Band, and other projects that showcased both charm and dramatic skill. His public life also became meaningful through his openness as a gay actor and father, adding depth to his off-screen story. In 2026, Tuck Watkins is 60. Burns's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that in ancient stories, curiosity can open the door, but the curse decides who walks back out. Winston Havelock gave The Mummy a final touch of old British eccentricity and tragic charm. Bernard Fox, born in 1927, was 72 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the aging pilot whose fade in glory and dry humor make him instantly memorable. Winston mattered because he represented a man looking for one last meaningful flight. His role was brief, but his willingness to help Rick and the others gave the adventure a bittersweet lift, as if an old soldier had found a final purpose in the middle of chaos. After The Mummy, Fox remained beloved for a long career across television, film, and theater. Classic TV fans remembered him from Bewitched, Hogan's Heroes, The Andy Griffith Show, and many other appearances, while film audiences knew his distinctive wit and voice from decades of character work. He passed away in 2016 at 89. Winston's legacy endures because he showed that even in a film of ancient curses and undead priests, one tired old pilot could still fly toward courage. Rick O'Connell didn't just bring action to The Mummy. He gave the film its fearless heart, its humor, and its old-fashioned adventure spirit. Brendan Fraser, born in 1968, was 30 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the former soldier-turned-adventurer with charm, courage, and a perfectly timed sense of comic panic. Rick mattered because he was heroic without feeling untouchable. He could fight mummies, outrun curses, and still look like he had no idea how he survived the last 5 minutes. His chemistry with Evelyn gave the film warmth, while his loyalty turned the chaos into something deeply human. After The Mummy, Fraser became one of Hollywood's most beloved adventure stars. But his life later took painful turns through injuries, personal struggles, and years away from the center of fame. His eventual comeback became one of the most emotional Hollywood stories of the 2020s, culminating in major critical recognition and renewed public affection. In 2026, Brendan Fraser is 58. Rick O'Connell's legacy endures because Fraser filmed him more than a hero. He made him feel like someone who could be scared, wounded, and still keep running toward danger. Evelyn Carnahan gave The Mummy its intelligence, wonder, and beating romantic heart. Rachel Weisz, born in 1970, was 29 when the film premiered in 1999, playing the brilliant librarian and aspiring Egyptologist whose curiosity unlocks both danger and destiny. Evelyn mattered because she was never just the damsel in an adventure story. She was clumsy, funny, brave, scholarly, and passionate about history in a way that made discovery feel personal. Her chemistry with Rick brought warmth, but her mind drove the story forward. After The Mummy, Weisz built one of the most acclaimed careers of her generation, moving into prestige film, theater, and television. She earned major awards recognition, appeared in projects like The Constant Gardener, The Favorite, and Dead Ringers, and became known for emotional depth and elegant intensity. In 2026, Rachel Weisz is 56. Evelyn's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that adventure does not only belong to the person holding the gun, sometimes it belongs to the woman who knows how to read the book. And that is the story of the Mummy cast, the adventurers, scholars, warriors, villains, and unforgettable faces who helped turn an ancient curse into one of the most beloved adventure films of the 1990s. Some went on to acclaimed careers. Some stepped away from the spotlight. Some made powerful comebacks, and some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind performances that still feel alive beneath the desert sand. But every time Hamunaptra rises again, the magic returns. Tell us in the comments, which The Mummy character do you remember most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone didn't just open the doors to Hogwarts. It opened doorway into childhood for millions of viewers around the world. The candles, the castle, the wands, and the first step onto platform 9 3/4 felt like pure magic. But behind that magic were real lives marked by sudden fame, heartbreaking losses, quiet reinventions, and legendary careers that changed forever. Today, we look back at the cast of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone then and now, and uncover what happened after the first spell was cast. Albus Dumbledore gave Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone its first true sense of safety, mystery, and ancient wisdom. Richard Harris, born in 1930, was 71 when the film premiered in 2001, portraying the Hogwarts headmaster with gentleness, quiet authority, and a kind of sadness beneath the sparkle. Dumbledore mattered because he was not simply a powerful wizard. He was the figure who made Hogwarts feel protected, the man whose calm voice suggested that darkness could be faced without losing compassion. His presence helped turn Harry's first year from a frightening discovery into the beginning of destiny. After the film, Harris returned for Chamber of Secrets, giving audiences one final chapter as Dumbledore before his illness became too severe. Beyond Harry Potter, he had already built a legendary career across film, theater, and music, known for intensity, poetry, and an unforgettable screen presence. He passed away in 2002 at 72. Richard Harris's Dumbledore remains beloved because he gave the wizarding world its first heartbeat of wisdom, soft, spoken, fragile, and impossible to replace. Professor Minerva McGonagall brought discipline, dignity, and fierce loyalty into the halls of Hogwarts. Maggie Smith, born in 1934, was 67 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, playing the Transfiguration Professor with razor-sharp authority and hidden warmth. McGonagall mattered because she was strict without being cold. She protected rules because she believed they shaped character, but beneath her stern expression was a teacher who cared deeply for her students. Her quiet concern for Harry, her command of the classroom, and her unwavering loyalty to Hogwarts made her one of the franchise's most trusted figures. After the first film, Smith carried McGonagall through the entire series while continuing an extraordinary career on stage and screen. She later reached another generation through Downton Abbey, where her wit and elegance became iconic all over again. Her career spanned decades of theater, film, comedy, and drama, earning her deep respect as one of Britain's greatest actresses. She passed away in 2024 at 89. McGonagall's legacy endures because Maggie Smith made strictness feel like love in its most disciplined form. Harry Potter became the face of a generation's childhood imagination. Daniel Radcliffe, born in 1989, was just 12 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, carrying the impossible task of becoming the boy readers had already imagined. Harry mattered because he was not powerful in the beginning. He was lonely, mistreated, and uncertain, yet still kind enough to choose friendship over bitterness. Radcliffe's early performance gave Harry innocence, wonder, and a quiet resilience that allowed audiences to grow with him across the series. After Harry Potter, Radcliffe made bold choices to escape the shadow of one defining role. He turned toward stage work, independent films, strange comedies, darker dramas, and unexpected projects that proved he was willing to risk his image for artistic freedom. His post-Potter career became a lesson in reinvention after global fame. In 2026, Daniel Radcliffe is 37. Harry's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that the child who feels unwanted can still become the person who saves everyone. Aunt Petunia Dursley brought coldness, denial, and hidden family pain into Harry's first world. Fiona Shaw, born in 1958, was 43 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, playing Harry's aunt with rigid manners and barely concealed resentment. Petunia mattered because she was not simply cruel for comedy. She represented a life built around fear of difference, jealousy, and the desperate need to appear normal. Her treatment of Harry made Hogwarts feel even more miraculous, because the audience understood what he was escaping. After Harry Potter, Shaw continued an extraordinary career across theater, television, and film, earning acclaim for roles that showed emotional force, intelligence, and theatrical power. He became especially admired in later years for performances in Killing Eve, Andor, and major stage work, proving her range far beyond the Dursley household. In 2026, Fiona Shaw is 68. Petunia's legacy endures because she showed that sometimes the first monster a child faces is not magical at all. It is the adult who refuses to love them. Dudley Dursley made Harry's childhood feel even smaller, louder, and more unfair. Harry Melling, born in 1989, was 12 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, playing the spoiled cousin whose tantrums and bullying reflected everything wrong inside the Dursley home. Dudley mattered because he was not just a child villain. He was the result of indulgence without empathy. A boy taught that cruelty had no consequences. His presence made Harry's humility and quiet courage stand out even more. After Harry Potter, Melling transformed his career in one of the franchise's most impressive reinventions. He lost weight, trained as a serious actor, and built acclaimed work in theater, television, and film, with standout roles in The Queen's Gambit, The Ballad of Buster Scruggs, and The Pale Blue Eye. In 2026, Harry Melling is 37. Dudley's legacy endures because he began as a bully in a cupboard story, while the actor behind him became one of the franchise's most surprising adult talents. Uncle Vernon Dursley gave the Dursley household its booming fear of anything different. Richard Griffiths, born in 1947, was 54 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, playing Harry's guardian with bluster, anger, and comic intolerance. Vernon mattered because he represented the suffocating world Harry had to leave behind. A home obsessed with normality, appearances, and control. His cruelty was exaggerated, but it came from a recognizable fear of the unknown. After Harry Potter, Griffiths remained one of Britain's most respected actors, celebrated for stage and screen work that ranged from broad comedy to deep emotional drama. He earned major acclaim for The History Boys, while also leaving behind memorable film and television performances across decades. Daniel Radcliffe later spoke warmly of him, especially because they shared important stage work after Potter. Griffiths passed away in 2013 at 65. Vernon's legacy endures because Richard Griffiths made him both absurd and frightening. A reminder that small-mindedness can be its own kind of prison. Tom, the leaky cauldron bartender, gave Harry one of his first glimpses of wizarding warmth. Derek Dedman, born in 1940, was 61 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, appearing briefly as the innkeeper who welcomes Harry as he enters a world that already knows his name. Tom mattered because his scene marks a turning point. Harry steps out of neglect and into wonder, greeted not as a burden, but as someone beloved by strangers. Though the role was small, it helped make Diagon Alley feel alive. Strange, crowded, and full of history. After the film, Dedman remained remembered as a dependable British character actor with a long career in television and film, often appearing in roles that added texture, humor, and authenticity. His contribution to Harry Potter may have been brief, but fans never forgot the charm of that first magical welcome. He passed away in 2014 at 74. Tom's legacy endures because sometimes one small greeting can make a lonely child feel he has finally come home. Hermione Granger gave Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone its mind, its discipline, and eventually its fiercest loyalty. Emma Watson, born in 1990, was just 11 when the film premiered in 2001, stepping into the role of the brilliant young witch who first seemed bossy, but quickly became essential. Hermione mattered because she showed that intelligence could be brave. She studied, corrected, questioned, and prepared, but beneath the perfectionism was a girl desperate to belong and determined to do what was right. After Harry Potter, Watson became one of the franchise's most visible adult stars, balancing acting with education, activism, and public advocacy. She appeared in films such as The Perks of Being a Wallflower, Beauty and the Beast, and Little Women, while also becoming known for her work supporting gender equality and women's rights. In 2026, Emma Watson is 36. Hermione's legacy endures because she reminded a generation that being smart was not something to hide. It was a kind of power. Professor Quirrell brought fear into Hogwarts wearing the mask of weakness. Ian Hart, born in 1964, was 37 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, playing the nervous defense against the dark arts teacher, whose stammer concealed one of the story's darkest secrets. Quirrell mattered because he taught young audiences that evil does not always arrive with confidence. Sometimes it hides behind fear, pity, and the appearance of harmlessness. His final reveal gave the first film its true shadow, turning Hogwarts from a place of wonder into a place where danger could be standing at the front of the classroom. After Harry Potter, Hart continued a respected acting career across British television, film, and theater, known for roles that often carry intensity, intelligence, and emotional unease. He remained active in acclaimed dramas and character-driven projects, far beyond one villainous professor. In 2026, Ian Hart is 62. Quirrell's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that the most dangerous secrets are often hidden in plain sight. The Gringotts Goblin Bank teller helped make the wizarding world feel ancient, strange, and fully alive. Warwick Davis, born in 1970, was 31 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, appearing as the precise and severe goblin who guides Harry into the magical economy of Gringotts. The role was brief, but it mattered because Gringotts was one of Harry's first lessons that magic had its own systems, rules, and histories. Davis brought personality even through heavy makeup and limited screen time, something he had done throughout a remarkable fantasy and science fiction career. After the first film, he continued appearing in the Harry Potter franchise in multiple roles, while remaining beloved for Willow, Star Wars, television comedy, hosting, and convention appearances. His career became one of the most enduring in genre storytelling. In 2026, Warwick Davis is 56. His legacy in the wizarding world endures because he could take even a small magical figure and make it feel like part of a much larger universe. Mr. Ollivander gave Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone one of its most quietly unforgettable scenes. John Hurt, born in 1940, was 61 when the film premiered in 2001, playing the Wandmaker with mystery, reverence, and a voice that made every word feel ancient. Ollivander mattered because he turned a purchase into a prophecy. In his shop, Harry did not simply choose a wand. He was drawn into the deeper history, connecting him to Voldemort, fate, and the cost of survival. Hurt's performance was brief, but it carried enormous weight, suggesting that even the smallest objects in this world had memory. After Harry Potter, Hurt continued one of the most distinguished careers in modern acting, with unforgettable roles in Alien, The Elephant Man, Doctor Who, and countless films that showed his range, fragility, and intensity. He passed away in 2017 at 77. Ollivander's legacy endures because John Hurt made magic feel old, dangerous, and beautifully alive. Lily Potter was barely present on screen, yet her love shaped the entire story. Geraldine Somerville, born in 1967, was 34 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, portraying Harry's mother in brief but deeply important memories. Lily mattered because her sacrifice was the emotional foundation of the series. She represented love not as sentiment, but as protection powerful enough to leave a mark death could not erase. Every step Harry takes begins with what Lily gave him. After Harry Potter, Somerville continued a respected career in British television, film, and period drama, often bringing grace, restraint, and emotional intelligence to her roles. She appeared in a variety of projects beyond the wizarding world, building a career defined more by craft than celebrity. In 2026, Geraldine Somerville is 59. Lily's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that the strongest magic in the story was never a spell. It was a mother refusing to let evil have the final word. Mrs. Weasley gave Harry something he had never truly known, the warmth of being cared for without conditions. Julie Walters, born in 1950, was 51 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, playing Molly Weasley with affection, discipline, and a practical kind of love. Mrs. Weasley mattered because she made the wizarding world feel like a family. From platform 9 3/4 to the Weasley home, she offered Harry a place where noise, rules, food, and scolding all came from love. After Harry Potter, Walters continued a celebrated career in British film, television, and theater, already admired for educating Rita, Billy Elliot, and later beloved by global audiences through Mamma Mia. In recent years, she also spoke publicly about health challenges and stepped back from some acting work, choosing a quieter pace after decades of major performances. In 2026, Julie Walters is 76. Molly Weasley's legacy endures because she showed that motherhood can be fierce, funny, exhausted, and still the safest magic a child can find. Ginny Weasley began as a shy little girl at the edge of the platform, but her story would grow into something much stronger. Bonnie Wright, born in 1991, was 10 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, appearing as the youngest Weasley child who watches Harry enter her family's world. Ginny mattered because even in those early moments, she represented the future, the quiet child who would eventually become brave, capable, and deeply connected to Harry's life. After Harry Potter, Wright moved beyond acting into directing, producing, writing, and environmental activism. She became especially focused on sustainability and climate issues, building a public identity less about fame and more about purpose. Her post-Potter life showed a conscious shift from childhood celebrity toward creative control and advocacy. In 2026, Bonnie Wright is 35. Ginny's legacy endures because she reminds viewers that some characters begin almost silently, then grow into strength when the story finally gives them room. Percy Weasley brought ambition, rules, and family tension into the Weasley household. Chris Rankin, born in 1983, was 18 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, playing the serious older brother determined to prove himself through discipline and authority. Percy mattered because he was not simply comic stiffness. He represented the pressure to rise, to be respected, and to separate ambition from love. In the first film, his obsession with rules adds humor, but across the larger story, it becomes part of a more painful conflict about loyalty and pride. After Harry Potter, Rankin continued working in entertainment, often behind the scenes in production, as well as appearing at fan events connected to the franchise. He remained warmly engaged with the Potter community while building a more grounded career outside constant acting visibility. In 2026, Chris Rankin is 43. Percy's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that growing up sometimes means learning the difference between being right and coming home. Griffook gave Harry his first unsettling look at the rules beneath wizarding wonder. Vern Troyer, born in 1969, was 32 when Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone premiered in 2001, physically portraying the goblin who helps lead Harry and Hagrid through Gringotts. Griffook mattered because he introduced a world where magic was not only candles, owls, and castles, but vaults, contracts, keys, and guarded secrets. Though his screen time was short, the character's sharp presence helped make the bank feel mysterious and slightly dangerous. After Harry Potter, Troyer remained widely recognized for his work in comedy and film, especially as Mini-Me in the Austin Powers series. His public life brought fame, but also personal struggles that were often visible and painful. He passed away in 2018 at 49. Griffook's legacy endures because Vern Troyer helped give the wizarding world one of its first strange thresholds. The moment Harry learned that magic could be wondrous, but never simple. Rubeus Hagrid gave Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone its biggest heart. Robbie Coltrane, born in 1950, was 51 when the film premiered in 2001, playing the half-giant who first opened the door to the wizarding world for Harry. Hagrid mattered because he was strength without cruelty. His size made him imposing, but his kindness made him unforgettable. He gave Harry his birthday cake, introduced him to Diagon Alley, and became the first adult to treat him with real affection. After Harry Potter, Coltrane remained deeply beloved, not only for Hagrid but for a long career in British television, film, and comedy, including acclaimed dramatic work that showed his range beyond fantasy. His final public reflections on the franchise moved fans around the world, especially when he spoke about the stories living on after the actors were gone. He passed away in 2022 at 72. Hagrid's legacy endures because Robbie Coltrane made him feel like home, rough around the edges, gentle in the soul, and impossible not to love. And that is the story of the Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone cast, the young stars, legendary actors, beloved teachers, and unforgettable faces who helped open the gates to Hogwarts for the very first time. Some grew up under the weight of worldwide fame. Some reinvented themselves far beyond the wizarding world, and some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind performances that feel even more magical with time. But that first journey to Hogwarts still lives on, in every wand, every owl, every candlelit hall, and every viewer who once wished a letter would arrive. Tell us in the comments, which character from the first Harry Potter film still means the most to you? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Bewitched looked like a light-hearted fantasy, a twitch of the nose, a suburban home, and a magical wife trying to live an ordinary life. But behind the charm were stories far deeper than the spells. Painful illnesses, sudden losses, hidden struggles, changing cast members, and performers whose lives took unexpected turns after the cameras stopped rolling. Today, we look back at the Bewitched cast, then and now, and uncover what happened after the magic faded from television. Samantha Stevens didn't just bring magic into the suburbs. She made it feel warm, funny, and deeply human. Elizabeth Montgomery, born in 1933, was 31 when Bewitched premiered in 1964, playing the charming witch who tried to live an ordinary married life with a mortal husband, while hiding powers that could change everything with a twitch of her nose. Samantha mattered because she was more than a sitcom fantasy. She represented a woman caught between expectation and identity, loving her family, wanting peace, but never fully able to deny who she was. Montgomery gave the role intelligence, elegance, mischief, and emotional truth, making Samantha one of television's most beloved heroines. After Bewitched, Montgomery worked hard to move beyond the character, taking on dramatic roles that revealed a darker and more serious range, including The Legend of Lizzie Borden and later television films. She remained admired for her craft, privacy, and quiet strength. She passed away in 1995 at 62. Samantha's legacy endures because Elizabeth Montgomery made magic feel less like a trick and more like the courage to live as yourself. Endora gave Bewitched its sparkle, danger, and deliciously sharp edge. Agnes Moorehead, born in 1900, was 64 when the series premiered in 1964, playing Samantha's powerful mother with theatrical flair, biting wit, and absolute confidence. Endora mattered because she was not simply the meddling mother-in-law. She was the voice of a magical world that refused to understand why Samantha would choose ordinary suburban life. Her contempt for Darren, her dazzling outfits, and her perfectly timed insults made her one of television's great scene stealers. But beneath the chaos was a mother fiercely protective of her daughter. After Bewitched, Moorehead remained one of the most respected actresses of her generation, with a career that had already spanned radio, stage, classic film, and television. Her work in Citizen Kane, The Magnificent Ambersons, and countless dramatic roles gave Endora a depth few sitcom characters could match. She passed away in 1974 at 73. Endora's legacy endures because Agnes Moorehead turned disapproval into art and made every entrance feel like thunder wrapped in velvet. Larry Tate brought the world of advertising, ambition, and comic hypocrisy into Bewitched. David White, born in 1916, was 48 when the series premiered in 1964, playing Darren's boss at McMahon and Tate with a perfect mix of charm, pressure, and self-interest. Larry mattered because he represented the mortal world Samantha was trying to fit into. Clients, deadlines, office politics, and men who would change principles if it helped close a deal. His constant confusion over magical mishaps gave the show one of its funniest human reactions to the impossible. After Bewitched, White continued acting in television and film, though Larry Tate remained his most recognizable role. His life also carried deep personal tragedy, including the loss of his son in the bombing of Pan Am Flight 103 in 1988. He passed away in 1990 at 74. Larry's legacy endures because he made ordinary business ambition feel hilarious, fragile, and completely helpless in the face of magic. Darren Stevens gave Bewitched its mortal heartbeat, the husband trying to build a normal life with a woman who could bend reality with a twitch of her nose. Dick York, born in 1928, was 36 when the series premiered in 1964, bringing nervous energy, warmth, and perfect comic exasperation to the original Darren. He mattered because he made the impossible feel domestic. His frustration with magic was funny, but it also reflected a man afraid of losing control in a marriage he deeply loved. Behind the laughter, York was suffering from severe chronic back pain caused by an earlier injury, and the physical toll eventually forced him to leave the show in 1969. After Bewitched, his acting career declined as his health worsened, but he later devoted energy to charitable work and helping those in need. He passed away in 1992 at 63. Dick York's Darren remains beloved because he turned panic into comedy and gave the show its most vulnerable human center. Abner Kravitz gave Bewitched one of its funniest grounded reactions to magical chaos. George Tobias, born in 1901, was 63 when the series premiered in 1964, playing the weary neighbor whose wife, Gladys, constantly insisted something strange was happening next door. Abner mattered because he was the skeptical counterweight to the madness around him. While Gladys panicked, spied, and shouted, Abner dismissed it all with exhausted disbelief, creating a comic rhythm that made the Stevens secret even funnier. His warmth kept the character from feeling cruel. He was simply a practical man trying to survive his wife's suspicions. After Bewitched, Tobias continued working in television and film, drawing on a career that stretched across decades of Hollywood history. He had been a familiar face long before the show, often bringing humor and humanity to supporting roles. He passed away in 1980 at 78. Abner's legacy endures because he reminded us that sometimes the funniest person in a magical world is the one who refuses to believe in magic at all. Louise Tate brought gentleness and social polish into the world of Bewitched. Casey Rogers, born in 1925, was 41 when she joined the series as Larry Tate's wife, giving Louise a warm, slightly naive charm that balanced her husband's ambition. Louise mattered because she helped expand the mortal world around Samantha and Darren. She was often caught in strange situations she could never fully explain, yet her kindness and patience made her a welcome presence. Unlike Larry, who was usually driven by business, Louise gave the Tates a softer and more human side. After Bewitched, Rogers continued acting in television and film, though she also became well known to classic movie fans for her role in Alfred Hitchcock's Strangers on a Train. Later in life, she wrote, appeared at fan events, and embraced the affection audiences still had for the series. She passed away in 2006, at 80. Louise's legacy endures because she brought a quiet grace to the chaos, a mortal woman surrounded by magic she never quite understood. Gladys Kravitz became one of television's great nosy neighbors, and Sandra Gould carried the role after a heartbreaking transition. Gould, born in 1921, was 50 when she took over as Gladys in 1966, following the death of Alice Pierce. Gladys mattered because she was the one person who kept noticing the truth. Her frantic attempts to expose Samantha's magic made her seem ridiculous, but the joke was always sharper because Gladys was usually right. Gould brought louder, broader energy to the role, keeping the character alive as a comic engine for the neighborhood. After Bewitched, she continued working in television and film, appearing in guest roles and remaining connected to the sitcom world of the 1960s and 1970s. She passed away in 1999 at 82. Gladys's legacy endures because she captured a strange television truth. Sometimes the person everyone dismisses as hysterical is the only one actually paying attention. Gladys Kravitz was first brought to life by Alice Pierce, whose brief time on Bewitched left an unforgettable mark. Pierce, born in 1917, was 47 when the series premiered in 1964. Playing the nervous neighbor convinced something supernatural was happening at the Stevens house. Her Gladys mattered because she made suspicion feel almost innocent. She was frantic, wide-eyed, and desperate to be believed, but Pierce gave her a fragile humanity beneath the comedy. Every scream for Abner became part of the show's rhythm. Behind the scenes, Pierce was battling ovarian cancer during her time on the series, a reality that made her energetic performance even more poignant. She passed away in 1966 at 48 and later received posthumous recognition for her work. Though Sandra Gould continued the role, Pierce's version remained deeply cherished by fans. Her legacy endures because she turned a nosy neighbor into something oddly touching. A woman who saw the impossible and could never convince anyone it was real. Aunt Clara brought tenderness, confusion, and old magic into Bewitched. Marion Lorne, born in 1883, was 81 when the series premiered in 1964, playing the lovable witch whose spells often went wrong, but whose heart never did. Aunt Clara mattered because she gave the magical world softness and age. She was not powerful in the polished way Endora was. She was forgetful, gentle, and endlessly endearing, often causing chaos while only trying to help. Her doorknob collection, shy manner, and innocent mistakes made her one of the show's most beloved supporting characters. After decades in theater and film, Lorne found one of her greatest late-life roles through Bewitched. Sadly, her time on the series was cut short when she passed away in 1968 at 84. Her performance was later honored, and Aunt Clara was never truly replaced in the same way. Her legacy endures because she reminded viewers that imperfection can be magical too, especially when it comes from a place of love. Dr. Bombay brought theatrical absurdity into the magical emergencies of Bewitched. Bernard Fox, born in 1927, was 39 when he first appeared as the eccentric witch doctor in 1966, delivering cures, potions, and comic chaos with unmistakable flair. Dr. Bombay mattered because he expanded the supernatural world beyond Samantha's family, suggesting a whole strange society of magical specialists just one spell away. His entrances, accent, and exaggerated confidence turned every crisis into a miniature performance. After Bewitched, Fox continued a long career in television and film, appearing in classics such as Hogan's Heroes, The Love Boat, Lost in Space, and later Titanic. His charm came from a very British kind of comic precision, making small roles memorable across generations. He passed away in 2016 at 89. Dr. Bombay's legacy endures because he made magical medicine feel both ridiculous and reassuring. The kind of doctor you called only when reality had already gone completely wrong. Phyllis Stevens brought mortal family tension into Samantha and Darren's already complicated marriage. Mabel Albertson, born in 1901, was 63 when she began playing Darren's sharp-tongued mother, a woman whose suspicion and criticism often added another layer of chaos to the Stevens home. Phyllis mattered because she represented a different kind of threat from Endora. She had no magic, but she had opinions, expectations, and the ability to make Darren feel like a nervous son again. Her clashes with Samantha gave the series a familiar family comedy beneath the supernatural premise. After Bewitched, Albertson continued a long television career, often playing mothers, social socialites, and authoritative women with elegant comic timing. She had already appeared in many major shows of the era, and Phyllis became one of her most remembered roles. She passed away in 1982 at 81. Phyllis's legacy endures because she proved that in-laws do not need magic to cause trouble. Sometimes a raised eyebrow is powerful enough. Esmeralda gave Bewitched a gentle, bumbling magic after the loss of Aunt Clara. Alice Ghostly, born in 1923, was 43 when she joined the series as the nervous witch, whose spells often misfired in the sweetest possible way. Esmeralda mattered because she brought vulnerability to the magical world. She was shy, anxious, and always trying to help, even when her lack of control made things worse. Her disappearing acts and nervous energy gave the show a new comic rhythm, while her kindness kept her from becoming only a gag. After Bewitched, Ghostly continued a beloved television career, appearing in Designing Women, Mayberry RFD, The Julie Andrews Hour, and many stage and screen projects. Her gift was making eccentric characters feel warm rather than strange. She passed away in 2007 at 84. Esmeralda's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that magic does not have to be perfect to be beautiful. Sometimes it trembles, vanishes, and still tries again. Maurice brought old-world authority and theatrical power into Samantha's life. Maurice Evans, born in 1901, was 63 when he first appeared as Samantha's father, a proud warlock who looked at mortal life with grand disapproval. Maurice mattered because he gave the magical family a sense of aristocracy and tradition. Unlike Endora's sharp mischief, Maurice carried command, a belief that magic deserved dignity, hierarchy, and respect. His clashes with Darren made the marriage feel caught between two worlds. while his affection for Samantha softened his severity. After Bewitched, Evans remained remembered as a distinguished stage and screen actor, especially for Shakespearean roles and performances in films such as Planet of the Apes. His background gave Maurice a richness that sitcom fantasy rarely received. He passed away in 1989 at 87. Maurice's legacy endures because he made magic feel ancient, proud, and slightly wounded by the modern world. Uncle Arthur gave Bewitched one of its brightest sparks of mischief. Paul Lynde, born in 1926, was 39 when he first appeared as Samantha's prank-loving uncle, bringing razor-sharp wit and unmistakable comic rhythm to the role. Arthur mattered because he represented magic as pure troublemaking joy. He loved jokes, chaos, wordplay, and tormenting Darren, but Lynde's timing made every appearance feel like an event. Beneath the laughter, Lynde's own life was far more complicated. He became one of television's most recognizable comic personalities through Hollywood squares and countless appearances. But he also lived with personal struggles, public pressure, and the difficulty of being a gay performer in an era that rarely allowed honesty. He passed away in 1982 at 55. Uncle Arthur's legacy endures because Paul Lynde turned sarcasm into music and gave Bewitched a kind of comic electricity that still crackles decades later. Darren Stevens changed faces in 1969, and Dick Sargent stepped into one of television's most difficult replacements. Sargent, born in 1930, was 39 when he joined Bewitched, taking over the role after Dick York's health forced him to leave. His Darren mattered because he had to keep the show's central marriage alive while audiences adjusted to a new presence in a familiar role. Sargent brought a softer, more restrained comic style, continuing Darren's frustration with magic and his devotion to Samantha. After Bewitched, Sargent kept working in television, but his later life became especially meaningful when he came out publicly as gay in 1991 and became an advocate for LGBTQ+ rights at a time when visibility carried real risk. He passed away in 1994 at 64. Dick Sargent's legacy endures because he was more than the second Darren. He was a performer who carried a beloved role through change, then lived his truth with courage. Tabitha Stevens brought childhood magic into the center of Bewitched. Erin Murphy, born in 1964, was just 2 when she began playing Samantha and Darren's young daughter, eventually becoming the primary actress in the role after sharing it early on with her twin sister. Tabitha mattered because she gave the series a new kind of sweetness, a child inheriting powers she could not fully understand, turning ordinary childhood mischief into supernatural chaos. Her presence deepened Samantha's story, making magic no longer just about marriage, but about motherhood and legacy. After Bewitched, Murphy stepped away from full-time child stardom and built a varied life beyond acting. She worked in modeling, business, television hosting, advocacy, and public appearances, while remaining warmly connected to fans of the series. In 2026, Erin Murphy is 62. Tabitha's legacy endures because she represented the next generation of magic, innocent, unpredictable, and still glowing in the memories of viewers who watched her grow. And that is the story of the Bewitched cast, the witches, mortals, neighbors, bosses, and unforgettable scene stealers who turned a simple suburban comedy into television magic. Some built remarkable careers before and after the show. Some faced illness, private struggles, and painful endings. And many are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind performances that still sparkle with charm, wit, and warmth. But Samantha's little twitch never truly faded. It lives on every time viewers return to a world where love, laughter, and magic shared the same living room. Tell us in the comments, which Bewitched character do you remember most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. The Cosby Show once felt like the heartbeat of American family television. Warm dinners, life lessons, childhood laughter, and a home millions returned to every week. But decades later, its legacy is no longer simple. Behind the comfort of the Huxtable living room came complicated truths, public controversy, quiet reinventions, child stars growing up, and beloved performers we have sadly lost. Today, we look back at The Cosby Show cast then and now, and revisit the memories, the pain, and the lives forever changed after the cameras stopped rolling. Dr. Heathcliff "Cliff" Huxtable became one of the most recognizable television fathers of the 1980s. Bill Cosby, born in 1937, was 47 when The Cosby Show premiered in 1984, playing the warm, witty obstetrician at the center of the Huxtable family. Cliff mattered because he represented patience, humor, education, and affection inside a household that millions of viewers invited into their living rooms every week. His scenes with Theo, Rudy, Denise, Vanessa, and Sandra mixed discipline with playfulness, turning everyday parenting into comedy that felt comforting and familiar. But Cosby's life after the series became one of the most controversial and complicated stories in television history. Once celebrated as a groundbreaking comedian and sitcom star, his public image was later shattered by sexual assault allegations, criminal proceedings, and years of intense public scrutiny. That reality changed how many viewers look back at the show and the character. In 2026, Bill Cosby is 89. Cliff Huxtable's place in TV history remains powerful, but deeply complicated, a reminder that nostalgia can carry both warmth and pain. Claire Huxtable gave The Cosby Show its grace, intelligence, and moral strength. Felicia Rashad, born in 1948, was 36 when the series premiered in 1984, portraying a successful attorney, devoted mother, and woman who could command a room with elegance and humor. Claire mattered because she was never written as simply the wife beside Cliff. She was sharp, loving, confident, and fully her own person, a working mother whose authority came from wisdom as much as warmth. Her conversations with her children often carried the emotional truth of the series, balancing discipline with compassion and showing a vision of family built on respect. After The Cosby Show, Rashad continued as distinguished on stage and screen, earning deep respect in theater, film, television, and directing. She appeared in projects such as Creed, returned often to the stage, and became an influential figure in American performance. In 2026, Felicia Rashad is 78. Claire Huxtable's legacy endures because she represented dignity without softness, strength without cruelty, and a kind of motherhood television never forgot. Theo Huxtable gave The Cosby Show one of its most relatable coming-of-age stories. Malcolm Jamal Warner, born in 1970, was just 14 when the series premiered in 1984, playing Cliff and Claire's only son with humor, insecurity, and real teenage warmth. Theo mattered because he was not written as perfect. He struggled with school, made mistakes, pushed boundaries, and slowly learned that growing up meant more than clever excuses. His later storyline involving dyslexia added depth, giving viewers a more compassionate look at learning challenges and self-worth. After the show, Warner built a long and steady career as an actor, director, poet, and musician. He appeared in series such as Suits, The Resident, and many other television projects, proving he could grow beyond the child star image. He also developed a respected creative life through music and spoken word. In 2026, Malcolm Jamal Warner is 56. Theo's legacy endures because he captured the uncertainty of adolescence and reminded viewers that becoming yourself often begins with admitting you still have a lot to learn. Vanessa Huxtable brought teenage energy, attitude, and growing independence into the Huxtable home. Tempest Bledsoe, born in 1973, was only 11 when The Cosby Show premiered in 1984, playing the quick-witted daughter who often found herself caught between childhood and maturity. Vanessa mattered because she felt like a real middle child. Smart, emotional, sometimes rebellious, and always trying to be taken seriously. Her storylines about friends, school, dating, and family rules gave the show many of its most familiar adolescent moments. After the series ended, Bledsoe continued working in television, appearing in sitcoms, reality projects, and hosting roles, while also maintaining a relatively private life compared with many former child stars. She later appeared in projects such as Guys with Kids, and remained closely associated with the warmth of 1980s television nostalgia. In 2026, Tempest Bledsoe is 53. Vanessa's legacy endures because she represented the messy, funny, emotional process of growing up in a house where everyone had advice, whether you wanted it or not. Sandra Huxtable represented ambition, education, and the expectations placed on the eldest child. Sabrina LaBeouf, born in 1958, was 26 when The Cosby Show premiered in 1984, playing Cliff and Claire's oldest daughter with poise and maturity. Sandra mattered because she expanded the Huxtable family beyond the children still living at home. As a Princeton graduate, wife, and later mother, she brought storylines about independence, marriage, responsibility, and adult choices into the series. Her relationship with Elvin added humor and tension, especially as they navigated young married life under the watchful eyes of a strong family. After the show, LaBeouf stepped away from the constant television spotlight and pursued theater, voice work, and creative projects with a quieter focus. She became especially associated with stage performance, showing a different kind of artistic discipline beyond sitcom fame. In 2026, Sabrina LaBeouf is 68. Sandra's legacy endures because she represented the pressure of being the successful first child, the one expected to have everything figured out before anyone else. Denise Huxtable brought a free-spirited energy that made her one of the show's most memorable daughters. Lisa Bonet, born in 1967, was 17 when The Cosby Show premiered in 1984, playing Denise with a mixture of charm, rebellion, mystery, and effortless style. Denise mattered because she did not fit neatly into the family's expectations. She questioned rules, followed her instincts, and became a symbol of young adulthood trying to define itself. Her popularity helped lead to a different world where her character briefly carried the story into college life. After the show, Bonet chose a more selective and unconventional path. She appeared in films such as Angel Heart and High Fidelity, while becoming known for her private artistic public image rather than constant Hollywood visibility. Her personal life, including her relationships and family, also kept her in public conversation. In 2026, Lisa Bonet is 59. Denise's legacy endures because she captured the feeling of a young person quietly saying, "I love my family, but I still have to become myself." Elvin Thibodeau brought gentle humor and a different kind of young adulthood into the Huxtable family. Jeffrey Owens, born in 1961, was 24 when he first appeared in 1985, playing Sandra's boyfriend and later husband. Elvin mattered because he grew in front of the audience. At first, he could be naive, awkward, and occasionally old-fashioned, especially when challenged by the strong women around him. But over time, he became more thoughtful, responsible, and fully part of the Huxtable world. After The Cosby Show, Owens continued working in theater, television, and education, but his later public story became unexpectedly moving. In 2018, photos of him working at a grocery store went viral, sparking a national conversation about dignity, work, and how actors survive between roles. Owens responded with grace, and new acting opportunities followed. In 2026, Jeffrey Owens is 65. Elvin's legacy endures because both the character and the actor remind viewers that growth, humility, and hard work deserve respect. Olivia Kendall brought a new burst of childhood energy to the later years of The Cosby Show. Raven Simonet, born in 1985, was just 4 when she joined the series in 1989, playing Denise's young stepdaughter with confidence far beyond her age. Olivia mattered because she refreshed the family dynamic after Rudy had grown older. Her quick comebacks, bright personality, and natural comic timing made her instantly memorable, giving the show another child star whose presence could light up a scene. After The Cosby Show, Raven Simonet became one of the most successful young performers of her generation. She starred in That's So Raven, built a major Disney career, worked in music, voice acting, hosting, and later returned with Raven's Home. Her career evolved through childhood fame, reinvention, and a more open public identity as an adult entertainer. In 2026, Raven Simonet is 41. Olivia's legacy endures because she was not just a cute late addition. She was the beginning of a much larger television life. Lieutenant Martin Kendall brought a grounded adult presence into Denise Huxtable's story. Joseph C. Phillips, born in 1962, was 23 when he first appeared in the mid-1980s, later becoming known as Denise's husband and Olivia's stepfather. Martin mattered because he brought the idea of blended family into the Huxtable world. As a responsible military man trying to fit into a powerful and opinionated household, he added warmth, structure, and occasional comic awkwardness. His relationship with Denise changed the shape of the family, giving the later seasons new emotional territory. After The Cosby Show, Phillips continued acting in television, with roles in dramas, soap operas, and political series, including The West Wing. He also became known as a writer, commentator, and public voice on social and political issues, building a life that extended beyond acting alone. In 2026, Joseph C. Phillips is 64. Martin's legacy endures because he represented the challenges of joining a famous family, not by overpowering it, but by trying to belong. Pam Tucker brought a different rhythm and streetwise edge to the later seasons of The Cosby Show. Erica Alexander, born in 1969, was 21 when she joined the series in 1990. Playing Claire's young relative, who moved into the Huxtable home after personal hardship. Pam mattered because she shifted the show's focus toward a new generation and a different social experience. She was sharp, funny, guarded, and learning how to trust a family structure that offered stability but also rules. Her presence brought humor and contrast, while showing growth through friendship, school, and belonging. After The Cosby Show, Alexander achieved major success as Maxine Shaw on Living Single, becoming a defining figure in 1990s television. She later built a wide-ranging career as an actress, writer, producer, and activist, using her platform for civic engagement and social justice. In 2026, Erica Alexander is 57. Pam's legacy endures because she showed that family is not only where you are born, sometimes it is where you are given a second chance. Russell Huxtable brought old-school wisdom, humor, and history into the Huxtable family. Earl Hyman, born in 1926, was 58 when The Cosby Show premiered in 1984, playing Cliff's father with warmth, dignity, and a rich theatrical presence. Russell mattered because he gave the family roots. His scenes with Cliff revealed generational love, gentle teasing, and the kind of guidance that only comes from someone who has watched life unfold for decades. He helped the show feel connected not just to the present, but to ancestry, tradition, and memory. After The Cosby Show, Hyman continued working in acting, with a long career that included theater, television, and voice performance. He had deep stage roots and was admired for his Shakespearean work as well as his screen presence. He passed away in 2017 at 91. Russell's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that every family story has elders holding it together, people whose quiet wisdom becomes clearer only with time. Kenny, often remembered by fans as Bud, brought young romance and comic innocence into Vanessa's world. Dion Richmond, born in 1978, was only 8 when he first appeared on The Cosby Show, growing into a recurring presence during the later years of the series. Kenny mattered because he represented the awkward early stage of teenage affection. Sweet, clueless, sometimes overconfident, and often unintentionally funny. His scenes with Vanessa added a youthful rhythm to the show, capturing the small dramas of crushes, dating, and trying to act older than you feel. After The Cosby Show, Richmond continued acting into adulthood, appearing in television and film projects such as Sister, Not Another Teen Movie, and The Secret Life of the American Teenager. His career carried the familiar path of a child actor who remained active beyond one defining role. In 2026, Dion Richmond is 48. Kenny's legacy endures because he captured the innocence of first love. When everything feels serious, even when everyone else can see how funny it is. Anna Huxtable gave The Cosby Show one of its warmest links to family tradition. Clarice Taylor, born in 1917, was in her late 60s when she began appearing as Cliff's mother, bringing wit, strength, and grandmotherly grace to the Huxtable home. Anna mattered because she represented the deeper roots behind Cliff, Claire, and their children. Her presence showed that the family's values did not appear from nowhere. They were passed down through generations of care, discipline, humor, and resilience. She could be loving, sharp, and funny, giving the show another layer of intergenerational warmth. After The Cosby Show, Taylor remained remembered for a long career across stage, television, and film, including work on Sesame Street and other projects that reached audiences of different ages. Her portrayal of Anna became one of her most beloved roles, especially among viewers who saw their own grandparents in her voice and presence. She passed away in 2011 at 93. Anna Huxtable's legacy endures because she reminded us that behind every family's laughter are the elders who taught them how to love. Rudy Huxtable became one of the most beloved youngest children in sitcom history. Kesha Knight Pulliam, born in 1979, was just 5 when The Cosby Show premiered in 1984, bringing charm, timing, and natural confidence to the role of the Huxtable family's baby. Rudy mattered because she gave the show innocence without feeling artificial. Her playful scenes, curious questions, and bond with Cliff made her a comforting presence for millions of viewers. Audiences watched her grow up on screen, turning childhood itself into part of the show's emotional rhythm. After The Cosby Show, Pulliam continued acting and later reached new audiences through Tyler Perry's House of Pain. She also became known for reality television appearances, business ventures, and public life beyond the role that made her famous. Her journey reflected both the opportunity and pressure of growing up in front of America. In 2026, Kesha Knight Pulliam is 47. Rudy's legacy endures because she reminds viewers of the smallest voice in the family, the one that often carried the biggest heart. And that is the complicated story of The Cosby Show cast. The children, parents, grandparents, and familiar faces who helped shape one of the most influential family sitcoms of the 1980s. Some continued to build meaningful careers. Some chose quieter lives. Some are sadly no longer with us. And for many viewers, the memories now carry both warmth and conflict. But the impact of the Huxtable family remains part of television history. A reminder that nostalgia can be beautiful, painful, and never as simple as it once felt. Tell us in the comments, which cast member do you remember most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Uncle Buck wasn't just an 80s comedy, it was the kind of movie that made chaos feel like comfort, and turned one messy, lovable uncle into a symbol of family, forgiveness, and second chances. But behind the laughter were real stories fans never forgot. A comedy legend gone far too soon, child stars who grew up in unexpected ways, quiet reinventions, heartbreaking losses, and careers that took paths no one could predict. Today, we look back at the Uncle Buck cast then and now, and uncover what happened after Buck finally went home. Buck Russell didn't just stumble into babysitting, he turned chaos into love, and made an entire generation believe that family could arrive in the most unexpected form. John Candy, born in 1950, was 39 when Uncle Buck premiered in 1989, bringing Buck to life with warmth, messiness, humor, and a heart too big to hide. Buck mattered because he was not polished, responsible, or conventionally respectable. He was loud, clumsy, unpredictable, and deeply human, the kind of relative adults doubted, but children somehow understood. His bond with Maisie, Miles, and especially Tia gave the film its emotional center, showing that love does not always look neat, but it can still be exactly what a family needs. After Uncle Buck, Candy remained one of comedy's most beloved figures, continuing to bring tenderness and laughter to films that still feel comforting decades later. But his life ended far too soon, shocking fans who had grown up with his warmth on screen. He passed away in 1994 at 43. Buck Russell's legacy endures because John Candy made him more than funny. He made him feel like the uncle we all wished would show up when life got hard. Maisie Russell gave Uncle Buck some of its sweetest and most honest moments. Gaby Hoffmann, born in 1982, was just 7 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the youngest Russell child with bright curiosity, blunt innocence, and a natural warmth that made her scenes with Buck unforgettable. Maisie mattered because she saw through Buck faster than the adults did. While others judged his rough edges, she responded to his affection, humor, and strange but sincere way of caring. Her trust helped reveal the softer side of a man the family had underestimated. After Uncle Buck, Hoffmann grew far beyond child star nostalgia, building one of the more distinctive acting careers of her generation. She appeared in films and later earned critical praise for mature, unconventional performances in projects like Transparent and Girls, choosing roles that felt raw, independent, and emotionally honest. Her career became a story of reinvention rather than simple fame. In 2026, Gaby Hoffmann is 44. Maisie's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that children often recognize love before adults are willing to admit it. Miles Russell brought sharp wit and unforgettable childlike suspicion into Uncle Buck. Macaulay Culkin, born in 1980, was 9 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the middle Russell child with timing far beyond his years. Miles mattered because he did not accept Buck immediately. He questioned him, tested him, and turned every conversation into a tiny interrogation, giving the film some of its funniest and most memorable moments. But beneath the comedy was a child slowly learning that this strange, messy uncle might actually be someone he could trust. After Uncle Buck, Culkin became one of the most famous child stars in the world with Home Alone, a level of fame that brought both opportunity and pressure. He later stepped away from the spotlight, rebuilt his life more privately, and eventually returned through selective acting, podcasting, music, and public appearances. In 2026, Macaulay Culkin is 46. Miles' legacy endures because he showed the first spark of a child star who would soon define an entire generation's holiday memories. Shanice Kobolowski gave Uncle Buck its emotional patience. The woman who loved Buck but refused to excuse everything about him. Amy Madigan, born in 1950, was 39 when the film premiered in 1989, playing Buck's determined girlfriend with warmth, strength, and a clear sense of self. Shanice mattered because she saw the good in Buck before he fully trusted it in himself. She wanted commitment, honesty, and maturity, but she never tried to erase the rough charm that made him who he was. Her presence reminded viewers that Buck's growth was not only about becoming a better uncle, but becoming a better man. After Uncle Buck, Madigan continued a respected career across film, television, and theater, known for strong, emotionally grounded performances. She appeared in acclaimed dramas, independent films, and long-running projects, often bringing depth to women who felt real rather than decorative. In 2026, Amy Madigan is 76. Shanice's legacy endures because she represented the kind of love that waits with hope, but still knows it deserves more than promises. Cindy Russell set the story of Uncle Buck in motion with one difficult decision: trusting the least conventional man in the family. Elaine Bromka, born in 1950, was 39 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the overwhelmed mother forced to leave her children in Buck's care during a family emergency. Cindy mattered because her worry felt real. She wanted order, safety, and responsibility, yet life pushed her into accepting help from someone she doubted. That choice allowed the film to explore one of its warmest ideas: that family can surprise you when expectations fall apart. After Uncle Buck, Bromka continued building a versatile career in television, film, and especially theater. She became known not only as an actress, but also as a writer, teacher, and stage performer, creating work that explored women's lives with humor and insight. In 2026, Elaine Bromka is 76. Cindy's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that sometimes trust begins not with certainty, but with having no other choice. Bob Russell gave Uncle Buck its image of the busy father pulled away from home just when his family needed help most. Garrett M. Brown, born in 1948, was 41 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the responsible but somewhat distant dad whose emergency departure leaves Buck in charge. Bob mattered because he represented the structured world Buck was expected to fail in. He was practical, cautious, and unsure whether his brother-in-law could be trusted with anything as fragile as children. Yet through Buck's unlikely success, Bob's doubts became part of the film's emotional payoff. After Uncle Buck, Brown continued a steady career in television and film, often playing fathers, professionals, and grounded everyday men. His later credits kept him familiar to audiences across sitcoms, dramas, and family stories, where his calm presence fit naturally. In 2026, Garrett M. Brown is 78. Bob's legacy endures because he helped frame the question at the heart of the movie. Can someone imperfect still become exactly what a family needs? Marcy Dahlgren-Frost brought sharp professional energy into Uncle Buck. Laurie Metcalf, born in 1955, was 34 when the film premiered in 1989, appearing in a small but memorable role that showed her ability to make even brief screen time feel alive. Marcy mattered because she reflected the adult world that Buck never quite fit into: structured, judgmental, and uncomfortable with his messy freedom. Even in limited moments, Metcalf's presence added intelligence and edge, proving how much personality she could bring to a supporting part. After Uncle Buck, Metcalf became one of the most respected actresses of her generation. She earned major acclaim for Roseanne, built a powerful stage career, won awards, and later reached new critical heights with projects like Lady Bird and The Conners. Her career became a masterclass in range, from sitcom realism to serious drama. In 2026, Laurie Metcalf is 71. Marcy's legacy in Uncle Buck may be brief, but it reminds us that even before the accolades, Metcalf could steal attention with a single grounded performance. Bug gave Uncle Buck one of its clearest threats to Tia's fragile teenage world. Jay Underwood, born in 1968, was 21 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the cocky and reckless boyfriend who Buck immediately recognizes as bad news. Bug mattered because he represented the danger hiding behind teenage rebellion, the kind of influence parents fear and young people sometimes mistake for freedom. His scenes with Buck turned the film's comedy into something protective and sharp, especially when Buck's outrageous methods revealed a serious instinct beneath the laughs. After Uncle Buck, Underwood continued acting through the 1990s and beyond, appearing in film and television roles that often connected him to youthful drama and genre storytelling. Later, his life moved in a very different direction as he stepped away from Hollywood Center and became involved in ministry. In 2026, Jay Underwood is 58. Bug's legacy endures because he gave Buck someone worth confronting, not for revenge, but to protect a young girl who did not yet know her own worth. Roger Coswell brought polished insincerity into the messy honesty of Uncle Buck. Brian Tarantino, born in 1959, was 30 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the smooth but untrustworthy figure who seemed respectable on the surface. Roger mattered because he contrasted perfectly with Buck. Buck was rough, embarrassing, and chaotic, but he was real. Roger appeared refined, yet lacked the sincerity the family truly needed. That contrast helped the film argue that love and loyalties matter more than appearances. After Uncle Buck, Tarantino built a long career as a character actor in film and television, often bringing grit, humor, and authenticity to supporting roles. Years later, he reached a new wave of recognition through The Marvelous Mrs. Maisel, where his presence reminded audiences of his distinctive talent. He passed away in 2019 at 60. Roger's legacy endures because he helped make one of the film's quiet truths clear. The polished man is not always the good man, and the messy one may have the better heart. Pooter the Clown turned one birthday party into comic disaster. Mike Starr, born in 1950, was 39 when Uncle Buck premiered in 1989, playing the unlucky children's entertainer whose visit goes wrong in the most memorable way. Putter mattered because his scene captured the film's chaotic sense of humor, ordinary family life colliding with Buck's blunt, unpredictable style. What could have been a simple birthday gag became a classic moment because Starr played humiliation with just the right mix of confusion and wounded dignity. After Uncle Buck, Starr continued a long career as one of Hollywood's most recognizable character actors. He appeared in comedies, crime films, dramas, and television projects, often playing tough men, funny men, or some strange combination of both. His physical presence and timing made him unforgettable in even brief roles. In 2026, Mike Starr is 76. Pooter's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that in Buck Russell's world, even hiring a clown could become a scene nobody ever forgot. Mrs. Hogarth gave Uncle Buck one of its sharpest doses of neighborhood judgment. Suzanne Shepard, born in 1934, was 55 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the disapproving neighbor who looks at Buck as if chaos has moved in next door. Mrs. Hogarth mattered because she represented the outside world's suspicion of Buck, the people who saw his appearance, his car, and his manners, but not his heart. Her stern presence gave the comedy another target, allowing Buck's rough honesty to push back against social polish. After Uncle Buck, Shepard continued an impressive career as a character actress and acting teacher, appearing in major films and television series, including Goodfellas, The Sopranos, and many other projects. She became known for sharp, memorable supporting roles full of authority and bite. She passed away in 2023 at 89. Mrs. Hogarth's legacy endures because she reminded viewers how often people judge the person who looks wrong and miss the love that is standing right in front of them. Mr. Hatfield brought upper-class stiffness into collision with Buck Russell's rough-edged humanity. William Wyndham, born in 1923, was 66 when Uncle Buck premiered in 1989, playing the polished neighbor whose manners and expectations could not quite survive Buck's presence. Hatfield mattered because he reflected the social world Buck never tried to impress. His discomfort around Buck added humor, but also showed the film's deeper affection for people who do not fit respectable molds. Buck may have lacked polish, but he had loyalty, and the movie knew which quality mattered more. After Uncle Buck, Wyndham remained a beloved veteran of television and film, with a career that stretched across decades. He was known for The Farmer's Daughter, Murder, She Wrote, Star Trek, and countless guest roles that made him a familiar face to American audiences. He passed away in 2012 at 88. Hatfield's legacy endures because he helped frame Buck as the outsider, the man society underestimated until love proved him right. Pal gave Uncle Buck a glimpse of the world Buck belonged to before he was forced into family responsibility. Dennis Cockrum, born in 1956, was 33 when the film premiered in 1989, playing Buck's friend with an easygoing warmth that helped reveal another side of the title character. Pal mattered because he showed that Buck was not simply irresponsible or alone. He had friendships, habits, and a rough little social circle built outside the tidy world of suburban parenting. His presence added humor and texture, helping the audience understand the life Buck had to temporarily leave behind in order to care for the children. After Uncle Buck, Cockrum continued acting in television and film, building a steady career through supporting roles in comedies, dramas, and character-driven projects. He remained one of those dependable performers whose work strengthened scenes without demanding the spotlight. In 2026, Dennis Cockrum is 70. Paul's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that even the comic side characters help define the man at the center. The friends who knew Buck before the family finally saw him clearly. Tia Russell gave Uncle Buck its emotional tension, the teenager who needed protection but refused to admit it. Jean-Louisa Kelly, born in 1972, was 17 when the film premiered in 1989, playing Tia with sharp intelligence, resentment, and vulnerability beneath every sarcastic line. Tia mattered because she was not simply rebellious. She was lonely, angry, and testing boundaries in a family that did not fully understand her pain. Her clashes with Buck gave the movie its strongest emotional arc, as his clumsy but sincere care slowly broke through her defenses. After Uncle Buck, Kelly continued a steady career in television, film, stage, and music. She became especially known for the sitcom Yes, Dear, while also appearing in various dramatic and musical projects that showed her range beyond the teenage role that introduced her to many viewers. In 2026, Jean-Louisa Kelly is 54. Tia's legacy endures because she reminded audiences that the hardest child to reach is often the one most desperate to know someone will stay. And that is the story of the Uncle Buck cast. The children, parents, neighbors, clowns, and familiar faces who helped turn one chaotic weekend into a comedy classic filled with heart. Some grew into powerful adult careers. Some stepped away from Hollywood's noise. And some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind performances that feel even warmer with time. But Buck Russell still lives on every time someone remembers that family does not have to be perfect to be real. Tell us in the comments, which Uncle Buck character still makes you smile the most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Roadhouse was never just a barroom action movie. It was sweat, neon, broken glass, blues music, and one quiet man trying to bring order to a town ruled by fear. But behind the punches and cult classic one-liners were real stories far more emotional than the fights. Sudden fame, painful illness, shocking losses, quiet reinventions, and actors whose lives took turns no script could predict. Today, we look back at the Roadhouse cast then and now, and uncover what happened after the Double Deuce closed its doors. James Dalton didn't just walk into the Double Deuce. He brought a strange kind of grace into a world built on fists, whiskey, and fear. Patrick Swayze, born in 1952, was 37 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing the philosophical bouncer with calm eyes, lethal discipline, and a code that made him more than a typical action hero. Dalton mattered because he was tough without being empty. He could fight with brutal precision, but beneath the violence was restraint, sadness, and a quiet belief that dignity still mattered, even in the dirtiest room. His battle against Brad Wesley turned the film into more than a barroom brawl. It became a story about one man standing against corruption when everyone else had learned to live with it. After Roadhouse, Swayze's legend only grew through Ghost, Point Break, and later roles that showed his range beyond action and romance. His life, however, ended far too soon after a public battle with pancreatic cancer. He passed away in 2009 at 57. Dalton's legacy endures because Patrick Swayze made toughness feel soulful and gave action cinema a hero who fought like a warrior but carried himself like a wounded poet. Wade Garrett gave Roadhouse its old soul wisdom, the kind that comes from too many fights, too many scars, and too many nights spent watching trouble walk through the door. Sam Elliott, born in 1944, was 44 when the film premiered in 1989, playing Dalton's mentor and longtime friend with that unmistakable voice, rugged calm and weary confidence. Wade mattered because he was more than backup muscle. He represented the life Dalton might one day become. Experienced, loyal, and still dangerous, but carrying the cost of a violent profession in his bones. His bond with Dalton gave the film heart beneath the punches, making his fate feel personal rather than just dramatic. After Roadhouse, Elliott's career only deepened as he became one of Hollywood's defining symbols of Western masculinity, appearing in acclaimed films, television dramas, and later earning major recognition for roles in projects like A Star is Born and 1883. In 2026, Sam Elliott is 82. Wade Garrett's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that wisdom sometimes arrives wearing boots, carrying pain, and speaking only when the truth is worth saying. Brad Wesley turned small-town corruption into something theatrical, cruel, and unforgettable. Ben Gazzara, born in 1930, was 58 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989. Playing the wealthy crime boss who ruled through fear, bribery, and violence. Wesley mattered because he was not just a villain with power. He was a man who enjoyed being obeyed. His charm made him more dangerous because he treated control like entertainment and humiliation like a personal hobby. Against Dalton's discipline, Wesley became the film's image of rot, a smiling tyrant who believed the town belonged to him. After Roadhouse, Gazzara continued a long and respected career across film, television, and theater, already known for serious dramatic work and collaborations with major filmmakers long before he became a cult action villain. He brought old-school craft to even the most outrageous moments, giving Wesley weight beneath the madness. He passed away in 2012 at 81. Brad Wesley's legacy endures because he showed that the most dangerous men are not always hiding in shadows. Sometimes they own the whole town. Jimmy brought pure physical menace into Roadhouse. Marshall R. Teague, born in 1953, was 36 when the film premiered in 1989, playing Brad Wesley's most dangerous enforcer with cold confidence and frightening focus. Jimmy mattered because he was not just another henchman. He was Dalton's dark mirror, disciplined, skilled, and violent, but without the moral code that kept Dalton human. Their brutal showdown became one of the film's defining action moments, because it felt personal, not random. Two men who understood violence met at the edge of survival, and only one still believed in restraint. After Roadhouse, Teague built a steady career playing soldiers, fighters, lawmen, and authority figures in action films, westerns, and television. His physical presence and military background helped give his roles authenticity, and he remained a recognizable face to genre fans for decades. In 2026, Marshall R. Teague is 73. Jimmy's legacy endures because he gave Dalton a true test, not just of strength, but of whether a man can survive brutality without becoming brutality itself. Red Webster gave Roadhouse one of its strongest reminders that Jasper's suffering belonged to ordinary people. Red West, born in 1936, was 53 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the auto parts store owner pushed around by Brad Wesley's control. Red mattered because he was not a fighter like Dalton or Wade. He was a working man trying to survive in a town where corruption had become routine. His friendship with Dalton helped show what was at stake beyond the double deuce: homes, businesses, dignity, and the right to live without fear. After Roadhouse, West continued a long career as an actor and stunt-connected performer, often playing tough but human characters. Before acting, he had been famously connected to Elvis Presley as a close friend, bodyguard, and member of the Memphis Mafia, giving his life a rare link between music legend and cult cinema. He passed away in 2017 at 81. Red Webster's legacy endures because he represented the quiet people who are not looking for a fight, until a fight becomes the only way to keep their town. Emmett gave Roadhouse its dusty, watchful sense of place. Sunshine Parker, born in 1927, was 62 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the easygoing landlord who rents Dalton a room in the barn overlooking the Double Deuce. Emmett mattered because he represented the older, quieter side of Jasper, the people who had seen trouble come and go, but still knew when something felt different. His presence gave Dalton a temporary refuge, a rough little home in a town that was anything but peaceful. Parker's weathered face and natural warmth made Emmett feel less like a character and more like someone who had lived there forever. After Roadhouse, Parker continued appearing in film and television, often bringing authenticity to westerns, dramas, and action stories that needed a lived-in American face. His career was not built on celebrity, but on texture, the kind of screen presence that makes a place feel real. He passed away in 1999 at 71. Emmett's legacy endures because he showed that even in a violent story, shelter can come from the simplest kindness. Cody gave Roadhouse its blues-soaked soul. Jeff Healey, born in 1966, was only 23 when the film premiered in 1989. Playing the blind musician whose band performs at the Double Deuce and whose friendship with Dalton adds warmth to the chaos. Cody mattered because his music gave the film a heartbeat beyond the violence. While fists flew and tempers burned, his guitar reminded viewers that the bar was still a place where people came to feel alive. Healey was not just acting, he was bringing his real musical brilliance to the screen with a unique guitar style that made him unforgettable. After Roadhouse, Healey continued building a respected music career, earning acclaim as a blues rock guitarist, singer, and band leader. His work reached far beyond the film, influencing fans who discovered him through the soundtrack and followed him into his recordings. Tragically, his life was cut short by cancer. He passed away in 2008 at 41. Cody's legacy endures because Jeff Healey gave the film something no fight scene could provide, a sound that still feels alive after the room goes quiet. Frank Tilghman set the entire story of Roadhouse in motion. Kevin Tighe, born in 1944, was 45 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the desperate owner of the Double Deuce who hires Dalton to save his violent, collapsing bar. Tilghman mattered because he represented hope mixed with fear. He wanted order, profit, and respectability, but he knew his town had been swallowed by intimidation. By bringing Dalton in, he took a risk that changed everything. After Roadhouse, Tighe continued an impressive acting career across television and film, already beloved by many viewers for Emergency, and later recognized for roles in Lost, Another 48 Hers, dramas, westerns, and character-driven projects. His strength was versatility, the ability to play authority, vulnerability, and moral uncertainty without overstatement. In 2026, Kevin Tighe is 82. Frank Tilghman's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that sometimes change begins not with the strongest man in the room, but with the one brave enough to ask for help. Pat McGurn helped show how rotten the Double Deuce had become before Dalton arrived. John Doe, born in 1953, was 36 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing the bartender caught stealing and quickly fired for betraying the bar from within. Pat mattered because he was a small but important piece of Wesley's corruption. The kind that does not always come with guns and threats, but with dishonesty, entitlement, and loyalty to the wrong people. His firing made Dalton's mission clear. Cleaning up the bar meant cutting out the rot, even when it was already behind the counter. After Roadhouse, John Doe remained far more than a character actor. As a co-founder of the punk band X, he was already a major figure in American alternative music, and he continued a long career as a musician, songwriter, actor, and writer. In 2026, John Doe is 73. Pat's legacy endures because he marked the first warning that Dalton's real fight was not just outside the bar, it was inside the system itself. Denise brought danger, seduction, and tragedy into Brad Wesley's world. Julie Michaels, born in 1970, was only 19 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing Wesley's girlfriend, whose attraction to Dalton exposes just how cruel and possessive Wesley truly is. Denise mattered because her role revealed the violence beneath Wesley's charm. She was alluring and confident on the surface, but trapped inside a world controlled by a man who treated people like property. Her dance sequence became one of the film's most remembered moments. Yet what lingers is the punishment that follows, a reminder that Wesley's power was intimate as well as political. After Roadhouse, Michaels built a long and impressive career not only as an actress, but as a stunt performer and stunt coordinator, working in action-heavy film and television. Her expertise behind the scenes became a major part of her legacy, proving her strength extended far beyond one provocative role. In 2026, Julie Michaels is 56. Denise's legacy endures because she showed that in Wesley's town, even desire could become dangerous. Carrie gave the Double Deuce a sharp tongue and a human pulse. Kathleen Wilhoit, born in 1964, was 25 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing the spirited bartender who brought humor, grit, and warmth into the roughest room in town. Carrie mattered because she helped the bar feel like more than a battleground. She was one of the people trying to work, survive, and keep her personality intact inside a place ruled by chaos. Her quick wit and lived-in energy gave the Double Deuce texture, reminding viewers that Dalton was not just cleaning up a business. He was changing the lives of the people inside it. After Roadhouse, Wilhoit continued a varied career in film, television, voice acting, and music, appearing in dramas, comedies, and animated projects while also pursuing songwriting and performance. In 2026, Kathleen Wilhoit is 62. Carrie's legacy endures because she represented the everyday toughness of people who do not throw the biggest punches, but still refuse to be swallowed by the room. Jack brought a lighter, more human touch to the rough world of the Double Deuce. Travis McKenna, born in 1960, was 29 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing the friendly bartender whose size, humor, and warmth made him stand out among the chaos. Jack mattered because he helped show what Dalton was trying to protect. The Double Deuce was not only full of violent drunks and corrupt employees. It also had working people who wanted the place to become something better. Jack's easygoing presence offered comic relief and a sense of community beneath the film's hard edges. After Roadhouse, McKenna continued working in film and television, often appearing in action, comedy, and character roles that used his physical presence and likability. He remained part of the cult memory of the film, recognized by fans who embraced every corner of the Double Deuce world. In 2026, Travis McKenna is 66. Jack's legacy endures because he reminded viewers that even in a bar built on violence, there were still people worth saving. Steve showed the kind of ugly behavior Dalton was hired to remove. Gary Hudson, born in 1956, was 33 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing the bouncer whose misconduct leads Dalton to fire him early in the story. Steve mattered because he established Dalton's rules immediately. The Double Deuce had become dangerous not only because of rowdy customers, but because some of the men paid to keep order had become part of the problem. By dismissing Steve, Dalton made clear that strength without discipline was just another form of corruption. After Roadhouse, Hudson built a steady career across television and film, often appearing in action movies, thrillers, dramas, and made-for-TV productions. His work reflected the dependable path of a character actor who could bring authority, menace, or rough charm depending on the role. In 2026, Gary Hudson is 70. Steve's legacy endures because he helped define Dalton's code. Be nice until it is time to remove the people who mistake power for permission. Morgan brought professional wrestling intensity into Roadhouse's barroom violence. Terry Funk, born in 1944, was 45 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the aggressive bouncer who becomes one of Dalton's earliest physical problems. Morgan mattered because he represented the old Double Deuce, brutal, undisciplined, loyal to intimidation, and unwilling to accept that a new code had arrived. Funk's physical presence made the character feel dangerous in a way only a real fighter could. After Roadhouse, Funk remained a legend far beyond the film. In professional wrestling, he became one of the most influential and respected performers of all time, known for toughness, reinvention, and a career that stretched across generations. His impact on hardcore wrestling and his reputation among peers made him a true icon in that world. He passed away in 2023 at 79. Morgan's legacy endures because Terry Funk brought real combat history to the screen and made every shove, stare, and threat feel earned. O'Connor added another rough edge to Brad Wesley's circle of intimidation. Michael Ryder, born in 1952, was 37 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing one of the henchmen who helps enforce Wesley's control over Jasper. O'Connor mattered because villains like Wesley do not rule alone. They need men willing to threaten, follow orders, and keep ordinary people afraid. His presence helped build the sense that Dalton was not fighting one man, but an entire culture of violence. After Roadhouse, Ryder kept a lower profile than many members of the cast, with fewer widely known credits in later years. That quieter path makes his role feel even more tied to the film's cult legacy, where supporting enforcers became part of the gritty atmosphere fans still remember. In 2026, Michael Ryder is 74. O'Connor's legacy endures because even smaller villains help make Jasper feel trapped, a town where fear had uniforms, faces, and fists. Ketchum brought expert menace to Wesley's violent machine. Anthony DeLongis, born in 1950, was 39 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing one of the ruthless enforcers who made Dalton's mission even more dangerous. Ketchum mattered because he was not just background muscle. DeLongis brought real physical skill, discipline, and stunt experience to the role, giving the fights a sharper sense of danger. His presence helped make Wesley's crew feel like a genuine threat rather than disposable thugs. After Roadhouse, DeLongis continued a distinctive career as an actor, stunt performer, fight choreographer, weapons expert, and trainer. He became respected behind the scenes for bringing authenticity to action, especially in sword work, whips, and combat performance across film and television. In 2026, Anthony DeLongis is 76. Ketchum's legacy endures because he represented the craft behind the chaos, the trained body inside the movie's violence, making every threat feel real. Karpus helped fill out the rough, dangerous world surrounding Brad Wesley. Joe Unger, born in 1949, was 40 when Roadhouse premiered in 1989, playing one of the faces in the film's web of intimidation. Karpus mattered because Roadhouse works best when Jasper feels crowded with corruption. Not only one villain, but a whole ecosystem of people who have learned to profit from fear. Unger's presence added grit and realism, the kind of lived-in toughness that made the town feel unsafe even in quieter scenes. After Roadhouse, Unger continued a long career as a character actor, often appearing in roles that called for roughness, eccentricity, or an uneasy edge. He became one of those familiar screen faces whose value lies in authenticity rather than celebrity. In 2026, Joe Unger is 77. Karpus's legacy endures because small roles like his helped give Roadhouse its texture. A world where every corner seemed to have someone watching, waiting, or working for the wrong side. Dr. Elizabeth Clay gave Roadhouse its emotional counterweight, the person who could see the man behind Dalton's scars. Kelly Lynch, born in 1959, was 30 when the film premiered in 1989, playing the intelligent doctor whose compassion and independence stood in sharp contrast to the violence surrounding Jasper, Missouri. Elizabeth mattered because she was not simply a love interest. She represented the life Dalton might have chosen if peace had ever felt possible. Her attraction to him came with concern, because she understood that his code of honor also kept pulling him back into danger. Lynch gave the role strength, warmth, and a steady moral presence, making Elizabeth one of the few people in the film who could challenge Dalton without trying to control him. After Roadhouse, Lynch continued building a respected career in film and television, appearing in projects such as Drugstore Cowboy, The L Word, Magic City, and many other roles that showed her cool intelligence and screen presence. In 2026, Kelly Lynch is 67. Elizabeth's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that even the toughest man in the room still needs someone who sees the pain he refuses to name. And that is the story of the Roadhouse cast. The fighters, musicians, villains, drifters, and familiar faces who helped turn a rough barroom action film into a cult classic that never stopped fighting its way through pop culture. Some became legends, some built quieter careers behind the noise, and are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind performances that feel even stronger with time. But the Double Deuce still echoes with blues, broken glass, and Dalton's quiet code. Tell us in the comments, which Roadhouse character do you remember most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. The Brady Bunch looked like the perfect family. Bright smiles, gentle lessons, sibling rivalries, and a home where every problem could be solved before the credits rolled. But behind that cheerful staircase were real lives shaped by fame, pressure, private struggles, early losses, surprising reinventions, and memories that became heavier with time. Today we look back at the Brady Bunch cast then and now, and uncover what happened after America's favorite blended family left the screen. Mike Brady gave the Brady Bunch its calm center. The father whose patience seemed strong enough to hold an entire blended family together. Robert Reed, born in 1932, was 37 when the series premiered in 1969, playing the widowed architect who married Carol and became the steady guide for 6 children learning how to become one family. Mike mattered because he represented the ideal television father of his era, thoughtful, measured, affectionate, and always ready with a lesson at the end of a chaotic day. But behind the scenes, Reed's relationship with the show was more complicated. A classically trained actor, he often struggled with the sitcom's lighter writing and wanted the stories to feel more honest. After the Brady Bunch, he continued working in television and theater, earning respect for dramatic roles far beyond the Brady household. He passed away in 1992. At 59. Mike Brady's legacy endures because he gave viewers a vision of fatherhood built on patience, wisdom, and quiet love, even as the actor behind him carried a much more complex story. Carol Brady became one of television's most familiar images of warmth, grace, and maternal calm. Florence Henderson, born in 1934, was 35 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the loving mother who helped turn 2 separate families into one household. Carol mattered because she brought softness without weakness. She listened, encouraged, corrected, and cared with a gentle confidence that made the Brady home feel safe. Her presence helped define the show's wholesome appeal, giving audiences a mother figure who could meet chaos with humor and kindness. After the Brady Bunch, Henderson embraced the role that made her famous while continuing a long career in television, theater, hosting, music, and public appearances. She became a beloved ambassador for classic TV nostalgia, appearing in reunions, interviews, variety shows, and later entertainment projects with the same warmth fans remembered. She passed away in 2016 at 82. Carol Brady's legacy endures because she represented the kind of mother viewers wanted to come home to, patient, bright, and always ready to hold the family together. Alice Nelson was more than the Brady family's housekeeper. She was the warmth that kept the household moving when everything else became chaos. Ann B. Davis, born in 1926, was 43 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969. Bringing sharp timing, kindness, and perfect comic rhythm to the role. Alice mattered because she stood between parent and friend, helper and family member. Her jokes lightened the room, but her loyalty gave the Brady home its emotional texture. Before the show, Davis was already an Emmy-winning actress, and after the Brady Bunch, she remained closely tied to the role that made her beloved across generations. She later lived a quieter life, occasionally returning for Brady reunions and fan events, always remembered with affection. She passed away in 2014 at 88. Alice's legacy endures because she reminded viewers that family is not always defined by blood. Sometimes it is the person who stays, listens, laughs, and quietly holds the house together. Greg Brady gave the show its cool older brother energy. Barry Williams, born in 1954, was 15 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the eldest Brady son with confidence, charm, and a teenage desire to be seen as grown-up. Greg mattered because he reflected the dreams and awkwardness of adolescence. Wanting independence, chasing music, navigating crushes, and learning that being the oldest did not mean having all the answers. His coming-of-age moments made him relatable to young viewers of the era. After the series, Williams stayed closely connected to the Brady world while also pursuing acting, musical theater, writing, reality television, and live performance. He became one of the cast members most willing to embrace the show's nostalgia, helping keep its memory alive for fans who grew up with the family. In 2026, Barry Williams is 72. Greg's legacy endures because he captured that fragile teenage belief that life is waiting just beyond the front door. If only you can convince everyone you are ready. Peter Brady was the middle son who often felt caught between confidence and confusion. Christopher Knight, born in 1957, was 12 when The Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, bringing humor, awkwardness, and sincerity to one of the show's most relatable children. Peter mattered because he was not the oldest, not the youngest, but the boy trying to figure out where he fit. His mishaps, changing voice, sibling rivalries, and famous pork chops and applesauce moment turned ordinary growing pains into classic sitcom memory. After the show, Knight eventually moved away from acting and found success in business and technology, creating a very different life from the one viewers expected. He later returned to public attention through reality television and Brady-related appearances, balancing nostalgia with entrepreneurship. In 2026, Christopher Knight is 69. Peter's legacy endures because he represented the middle child question so many viewers understood. How do you become yourself in a family where everyone already has a role? Bobby Brady gave The Brady Bunch its youngest boy spirit, eager, mischievous, and always trying to prove he was bigger than people thought. Mike Lookinland, born in 1960, was 8 when the series premiered in 1969, playing Bobby with a natural childlike energy that made his mistakes feel innocent rather than forced. Bobby mattered because he captured the small frustrations of being the youngest boy in a crowded household, wanting respect, chasing adventure, and learning lessons the hard way. After the show, Lookinland gradually stepped away from acting, choosing a quieter life outside the constant glare of Hollywood. He later worked behind the scenes in film production and eventually built a business outside entertainment, showing a different kind of reinvention after childhood fame. He still occasionally joined Brady reunions, but his life became far more private than his sitcom past. In 2026, Mike Lookinland is 66. Bobby's legacy endures because he reminds viewers of childhood's simple hunger, to be noticed, trusted, and taken seriously. Sam Franklin brought friendly working-class warmth into the Brady universe. Alan Melvin, born in 1923, was 46 when The Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the cheerful butcher and Alice Nelson's devoted boyfriend. Sam mattered because he expanded the show's world beyond the Brady house, bringing humor, courtship, and a familiar neighborhood feeling into the story. His scenes with Alice were light, sweet, and old-fashioned, giving the series another source of comic affection. After The Brady Bunch, Melvin continued a prolific television career, appearing in many classic sitcoms and becoming especially familiar through All in the Family and voice work in animation. He was the kind of character actor who made every show feel more lived in, often remembered even when his roles were brief. He passed away in 2008 at 84. Sam's legacy endures because he represented the dependable familiar face. The person who walks in with a smile, a joke, and the feeling that everything might be all right. Cousin Oliver arrived late in the Brady Bunch, carrying the pressure of refreshing a show already near the end of its run. Robbie Rist, born in 1964, was 10 when he joined the series in 1974, playing Carol Brady's young nephew with bright energy and comic timing. Oliver mattered because his character became part of television language in a way no one expected. Though meant to bring new childhood mischief, some fans later associated him with the show's decline, leading to the phrase Cousin Oliver syndrome. But Rist's own story proved far more interesting than that label. After the show, he built a long creative career as a voice actor, musician, and performer, including memorable voice work in the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles franchise. He embraced cult status with humor rather than bitterness, turning a controversial sitcom role into just one chapter of a varied career. In 2026, Robbie Rist is 62. Oliver's legacy endures because even the characters fans debate can become unforgettable pieces of television history. Bertram Grossman was a small role in the Brady Bunch, but C. Lindsay Workman brought the polish of a veteran character actor to even brief moments. Workman, born in 1924, was 46 when he appeared in the series, playing the Brady family's trusted jeweler. Grossman mattered because classic television often depended on performers who could step into a scene, create instant credibility, and leave without ever disturbing the show's gentle rhythm. His presence added a touch of formality and everyday realism to the Brady world. After the Brady Bunch, Workman continued appearing across television, with roles in series such as Bewitched, Mission, Impossible, and Columbo. His deep voice and composed screen presence made him a natural fit for professionals, officials, and authority figures throughout the 1960s and 1970s. He passed away in 2012 at 88. Grossman's legacy is quiet but meaningful, a reminder that even minor characters help make classic sitcom worlds feel complete. Mr. Dimsdale was one of those brief Brady characters who helped fill out the everyday world around the family. John Wheeler, born in 1930, was 40 when he appeared on The Brady Bunch, bringing the steady presence of a working television actor to the role of a banker. Dimsdale mattered less because of a major storyline and more because of what characters like him did for classic sitcoms. They gave families places to go, adults to deal with, and little conflicts to resolve inside a believable community. After his appearance, Wheeler continued a long career in television and film, becoming one of the many dependable faces who helped populate American screens across several decades. These performers rarely became household names, but they gave texture to the shows people loved. In 2026, John Wheeler is 96, Mr. Dimsdale's legacy endures quietly because television history is not built only by stars. It is also built by familiar faces who made every fictional neighborhood feel real. Zachariah T. Brown brought a burst of eccentric old Hollywood charm to the Brady Bunch. Jim Backus, born in 1913, was 58 when he appeared in the role, already famous to millions for voicing Mr. Magoo and playing Thurston Howell III on Gilligan's Island. Brown mattered because Backus could turn a guest appearance into a miniature event. His voice, timing, and effortless comic authority made even a brief role feel larger than the page. After the Brady Bunch, Backus remained one of television's beloved character actors, with a career spanning radio, film, voice acting, and sitcoms. His work reached multiple generations, from classic animation fans to viewers who knew him as the wealthy castaway on another iconic series. He passed away in 1989 at 76. Zachariah T. Brown's legacy endures because Jim Backus carried with him the kind of comic history that could brighten any show he entered, even for a moment. Mr. Phillips brought school authority into the Brady children's world. Jack Collins, born in 1918, was in his early 50s when he appeared as the strict but fair principal, giving the series another adult figure who helped shape the kids' lessons outside the home. Phillips mattered because the Brady Bunch was built on small moral tests, school problems, mistakes, misunderstandings, and the gentle consequences that followed. A principal like Phillips gave those stories structure. After the show, Collins continued a long acting career, often playing professionals, executives, and authority figures in television and film. His credits included appearances in Dallas, Bewitched, and The Towering Inferno, reflecting the steady life of a character actor whose face audiences recognized even when they did not know his name. He passed away in 2005 at 86. Mr. Phillips's legacy endures because he represented one of classic TV's essential figures, the serious adult whose presence made a childhood lesson feel important. Marcia Brady became the face of teenage perfection and the pressure that came with it. Maureen McCormick, born in 1956, was 13 when The Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the eldest Brady daughter with charm, confidence, and all-American brightness. Marcia mattered because she represented the girl everyone noticed, popular, pretty, capable, and often envied by her siblings. But that image became both a blessing and a burden. After the show, McCormick faced serious personal struggles, including addiction and the painful challenge of living beyond a role that defined her childhood. Over time, she rebuilt her life and career, speaking openly about recovery, faith, family, and the realities behind her perfect TV image. She appeared in television, music, reality programs, and Brady reunions, transforming nostalgia into honesty. In 2026, Maureen McCormick is 70. Marcia's legacy endures because behind the famous smile was a real person who had to fight to become more than America's favorite older sister. The Cartoon King brought a playful show business spark into the Brady Bunch. Hal Smith, born in 1916, was 53 when he appeared in the role, already beloved for his work as Otis Campbell on The Andy Griffith Show and for a vast career in voice acting. The Cartoon King mattered because he reflected the world of children's entertainment that surrounded the Brady kids' generation. Colorful, theatrical, and slightly larger than life, Smith's gift was making small roles feel instantly familiar. After the Brady Bunch, he continued working steadily in television and animation, lending his voice to characters in Winnie the Pooh, Hanna-Barbera projects, and many other animated worlds. His career connected sitcom fans, classic TV viewers, and children who knew his voice without knowing his face. He passed away in 1994 at 77. The Cartoon King's legacy endures because Hal Smith helped shape the sound of childhood for more than one generation. Mr. Driscoll was a minor figure in the Brady Bunch, but Pitt Herbert's long career gave the role the weight of a seasoned television professional. Herbert, born in 1914, was 55 when he appeared on the show, bringing the familiar authority he often carried as doctors, teachers, businessmen, and officials across classic television. Driscoll mattered because sitcom worlds depend on these brief but believable adults, people who enter the story, create a small obstacle or lesson, and help the family return to balance. After the Brady Bunch, Herbert continued appearing throughout the 1970s and into the early 1980s, with credits in shows such as The Odd Couple, Mission, Impossible, and Bewitched. He belonged to that generation of character actors whose names were not always famous, but whose presence quietly supported dozens of beloved programs. He passed away in 1989 at 74. Mr. Driscoll's legacy endures as part of the hidden architecture of classic TV, the small roles that made the big shows feel alive. Jan Brady became the voice of every middle child who ever felt unseen. Eve Plum, born in 1958, was 11 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the sensitive daughter caught in the shadow of her older sister, Marcia. Jan mattered because her frustration was funny, but also deeply recognizable. Her famous Marcia, Marcia, Marcia outburst became pop culture shorthand for jealousy, insecurity, and the pain of comparison. Yet Jan was more than a catchphrase. She reflected the quiet loneliness of wanting to be special in a family full of personalities. After the show, Plum continued acting in television, stage productions, and independent projects, while also building a second creative life as a painter. Unlike some child stars, she gradually shaped a more private and grounded adult identity. In 2026, Eve Plum is 68. Jan's legacy endures because she gave words to a feeling many viewers understood: the ache of wondering whether anyone sees you clearly. The Examiner was a small role, but Herb Vigran brought decades of television experience into every appearance he made. Vigran, born in 1910, was 60 when he appeared on The Brady Bunch, adding another familiar adult presence to the show's world. The Examiner mattered because characters like him gave sitcom stories their everyday stakes. Tests, judgments, rules, and small moments where children had to prove themselves. Vigran's career stretched across classic television, including appearances in I Love Lucy, Perry Mason, The Adventures of Superman, and countless other series. He was one of those prolific actors whose face seemed to belong to television itself, constantly appearing as officials, neighbors, and authority figures. He passed away in 1986 at 76. His Brady role may have been brief, but his larger legacy is substantial. The kind of performer who helped define the texture of early American television, one guest appearance at a time. Harry Duggan brought a piece of old Hollywood history into the Brady Bunch. Jackie Coogan, born in 1914, was 57 when he appeared on the series. But his fame had begun decades earlier as one of cinema's first major child stars in Charlie Chaplin's The Kid. Duggan mattered because Coogan carried an entire era of entertainment history with him. To some viewers, he was Uncle Fester from the Addams Family. To others, he was a living link to silent film itself. His Brady appearance was brief, but his presence connected the sitcom to a much deeper Hollywood past. After the Brady Bunch, Coogan continued working in television, though his life story remained one of the most dramatic in the industry, including childhood fame, financial exploitation, and the laws later created to protect young performers. He passed away in 1984 at 69. Harry Duggan's legacy endures because Jackie Coogan's career reminds us that television nostalgia reaches back farther than we think, into the earliest dreams of the screen. The Doctor in the Brady Bunch was a brief role, but John Howard brought the calm professionalism of a classic Hollywood veteran to the part. Howard, born in 1913, was 58 when he appeared on the series, already known for a career that stretched back to the golden age of film. His role mattered because even small medical scenes in family sitcoms carried emotional weight, reassurance, authority, and the sense that whatever trouble had entered the home could be understood and treated. After the Brady Bunch, Howard remained remembered for a much broader career, including the Bulldog Drummond films and his role in the Philadelphia Story. He belonged to an earlier generation of screen actors who moved from classic cinema into television as the industry changed around them. He passed away in 1995 at 81. His Brady appearance was only a small chapter, but his legacy endures as part of Hollywood's long bridge between old studio elegance and family television comfort. Cindy Brady brought innocence, curiosity, and childhood mischief into the Brady household. Susan Olsen, born in 1961, was just 8 when the Brady Bunch premiered in 1969, playing the youngest Brady daughter with pigtails, a famous lisp, and wide-eyed charm. Cindy mattered because she gave the show its smallest voice, often asking questions or getting into trouble in ways that captured the sweetness of being the baby of a large family. Her presence helped balance the older siblings' teenage problems with simpler childhood wonder. After the series, Olsen followed a varied path, moving through acting, radio, art, writing, and public appearances connected to the Brady legacy. She also experienced the complicated reality of growing up as a child star, where one role can follow a person for life. In 2026, Susan Olsen is 65. Cindy's legacy endures because she preserved the show's sense of innocence. The feeling that even in a crowded family, the youngest child could still make the whole room stop and smile. And that is the story of the Brady Bunch cast. The parents, children, housekeepers, neighbors, and familiar faces who helped turn a simple blended family into classic television history. Some carried the Brady name proudly for decades. Some walked away to build quieter lives, and some are sadly no longer with us, leaving behind memories that feel warmer with time. But that staircase, that house, and that family still live on in the hearts of viewers who grew up believing every problem could be solved together. Tell us in the comments, which Brady cast member do you remember most? Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Classic Hollywood TV. Jurassic Park didn't just bring dinosaurs back to life. It brought back a feeling many of us never forgot. Wonder turning into fear, childhood dreams becoming nightmares, and one island changing cinema forever. But behind the roar were real human stories. Sudden fame, quiet reinventions, painful losses, shocking turns, and careers that took paths no one could predict. Today, we return to 1993 to look back at the Jurassic Park cast, then and now, and uncover what happened after the gates finally closed. Dr. Alan Grant gave Jurassic Park its human conscience. The man who understood dinosaurs as fossils, then had to face them breathing in front of him. Sam Neill, born in 1947, was 45 when the film changed cinema in 1993, playing Grant with quiet strength, suspicion, and a deeply reluctant courage. He was not a superhero. He was a scientist thrown into terror and forced to protect two children when every expert system around him collapsed. That made Grant feel real. His fear never disappeared, but responsibility pushed him forward. After Jurassic Park, Neill continued building a remarkable career across film and television, moving between prestige drama, thrillers, science fiction, and international projects. Roles in The Piano, Event Horizon, Peaky Blinders, and later returns to the Jurassic franchise kept him beloved across generations. He also became admired for his writing, his vineyard life, and his openness about serious health struggles in later years. In 2026, Sam Neill is 79. Alan Grant's legacy endures because he reminded us that courage is not the absence of fear. It is holding a child's hand when the world becomes impossible. Dr. Ian Malcolm turned chaos into a warning the world still remembers. Jeff Goldblum, born in 1952, was 40 when Jurassic Park premiered in 1993, bringing charm, wit, intelligence, and nervous electricity to the mathematician who saw disaster before everyone else admitted it. Malcolm mattered because he was funny, but never foolish. Beneath the flirtation and black clothes was the film's most uncomfortable truth. Just because science can do something does not mean humanity is wise enough to control it. His warnings about nature, arrogance, and unintended consequences became more relevant with time. After Jurassic Park, Goldblum's career became its own cultural phenomenon. Already respected for The Fly and other roles, he went on to Independence Day, later returned to Jurassic films, appeared in major franchises like Marvel, and developed a public persona that made him both eccentric and strangely comforting. Music, interviews, television appearances, and his unmistakable rhythm kept him in the spotlight for decades. In 2026, Jeff Goldblum is 74. Ian Malcolm's legacy endures because he made audiences laugh at disaster, then realize he had been right all along. Dr. Ellie Sattler gave Jurassic Park its sharpest sense of courage under pressure. Laura Dern, born in 1967, was 26 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the paleobotanist who saw the wonder of the park but never lost sight of its danger. Ellie mattered because she was practical, intelligent, and brave, without needing to perform toughness. When chaos took over, she moved, acted, and protected others while the dream of Jurassic Park collapsed around her. Her strength came from competence, empathy, and instinct. After Jurassic Park, Dern built one of the most respected careers of her generation, moving through independent film, prestige drama, television, and major studio projects. She earned widespread acclaim for roles in Big Little Lies, Marriage Story, and many others. becoming a symbol of longevity and artistic fearlessness. She later returned to the Jurassic franchise, giving longtime fans the emotional pull of seeing Ellie again decades later. In 2026, Laura Dern is 59. Ellie's legacy endures because she showed that intelligence is not passive. Sometimes it is the thing that runs toward danger first. John Hammond gave Jurassic Park its dream and its warning. Richard Attenborough, born in 1923, was 69 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the gentle billionaire who believed he had built something miraculous. Hammond mattered because he was not a simple villain. He was warm, charming, grandfatherly, and dangerously blinded by wonder. He wanted to give the world magic, but he underestimated the cost of turning living creatures into entertainment. That made him one of the film's most tragic figures, a man whose sincerity made the disaster feel even more disturbing. After Jurassic Park, Attenborough remained a towering figure in cinema, already celebrated not only as an actor, but also as an acclaimed director and producer. His career included decades of major work across British and international film, and his name carried deep respect long before he welcomed audiences to Isla Nublar. He passed away in 2014 at 90. Hammond's legacy endures because he reminds us that good intentions can still open dangerous gates when ambition refuses to listen. Robert Muldoon gave Jurassic Park its hard-earned sense of danger. Bob Peck, born in 1945, was 47 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the game warden who understood the raptors better than anyone else in the park. Muldoon mattered because he respected the animals as predators, not attractions. His calm warnings carried the weight of experience, and his controlled intensity made him feel like the one man who truly knew how badly everything could go wrong. His famous final moment became iconic because it was not foolishness. It was the tragedy of a professional outmaneuvered by nature. After Jurassic Park, Peck continued working as a respected character actor on stage and screen, bringing seriousness and intelligence to every role. But his life and career were cut painfully short, leaving fans with the sense of a performer who still had so much more to give. He passed away in 1999 at 53. Muldoon's legacy endures because he was the man who saw the danger clearly and still could not escape it. Donald Gennaro gave Jurassic Park one of its most human portraits of fear. Martin Ferrero, born in 1947, was 45 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the lawyer sent to protect the investors behind Hammond's dream. Gennaro mattered because he represented the business side of the park, the suits, the liability, and the belief that danger could be measured in financial terms. When the dinosaurs broke free, his panic became part of the film's dark comedy, but it also revealed something painfully real. Not everyone facing terror becomes brave. Ferrero played him as frightened, overwhelmed, and completely unprepared for the nightmare around him. After Jurassic Park, Ferrero continued working steadily as a character actor in television and film, often bringing recognizable energy to supporting roles. Though Gennaro became his most famous movie moment, his career reflected the value of actors who make even brief appearances memorable. In 2026, Martin Ferrero is 79. Gennaro's legacy endures because he reminds us that arrogance may build the cage, but fear is what happens when the cage opens. Dr. Henry Wu gave Jurassic Park one of its quietest but most important warnings. B.D. Wong, born in 1960, was 32 when the film premiered in 1993, playing the geneticist whose science made the dinosaurs possible. Wu mattered because he stood at the center of the miracle without fully confronting its moral weight. He spoke calmly about creation, control, and design, but the park itself proved how fragile that control really was. His role was brief in the original film, Yet it became the seed of one of the franchise's biggest questions. What happens when science outruns wisdom? After Jurassic Park, Wong built a remarkable career across stage, television, film, and voice work. He earned acclaim on Broadway, became familiar to television audiences through Law and Order, SVU, and Mr. Robot, and later returned to the Jurassic franchise, where Dr. Wu became far more central and conflicted. In 2026, B.D. Wong is 66. Wu's legacy endures because he represents the terrifying moment when human brilliance forgets to ask whether it should stop. Tim Murphy gave Jurassic Park its sense of childhood wonder before that wonder turned into terror. Joseph Mazzello, born in 1983, was 9 when the film premiered in 1993. Playing the dinosaur-obsessed grandson who believed in the magic of the park before he understood its danger. Tim mattered because he was the audience's younger heart, amazed by dinosaurs, eager to believe, and then forced to survive what adults had failed to control. Mazzello brought innocence and fear to the role without making it feel artificial. After Jurassic Park, he continued acting into adulthood, avoiding the fate of many child stars who vanish after one defining role. He appeared in acclaimed projects like The Pacific, The Social Network, and later gained renewed recognition as John Deacon in Bohemian Rhapsody. His career became a story of persistence, growth, and careful reinvention. In 2026, Joseph